Hey guys, tonight's story kicks off with a smokehouse that exhales like a dying dragon, a barrel of pork that smells like a confession, and a butcher explaining that meat only twitches because it remembers. You laugh nervously, but then the pork blinks at you, and suddenly you're not sure if dinner is food or an accomplice. But before you get too cozy, take a second to gently tap that new hype button YouTube just added. It really does help little guys like me push through the algorithm. And take a second to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy this strange little corner of quiet storytelling. And drop a comment with where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's strangely comforting to know who else is drifting off with us around the world. Now get comfortable, let the day melt away, and we'll drift back together into the quiet corners of the past. You step into the butcher's lane, not entirely by choice. It sort of happens. One wrong turn past the bakers with the angry sourdough, and too far from the well, where the old women weaponize their opinions. The moment your foot hits the cobblestones, the smell hits you back. It doesn't gently greet you like fresh bread or wild thyme. It assaults, boldly, like it's auditioning for a play called What If a Hog Could Punch You in the Nose? The air here is thick, not metaphorically. You actually feel like you could slice it and serve it cold. Somewhere a fly coughs. Or maybe that's just the buzz of 100 of them, drunk off blood, gossip, and questionable beef. A chunk of something unidentifiable hangs from a hook by a door. It might be lamb. It might be regret. You give it a respectful nod, just in case it's sentient. At the center of the lane stands a man with forearms like overstuffed hams and a face that's never lost an argument with gravity. He's cleaving something with the kind of rhythm that suggests either deep skill or deep vengeance. His apron is stained beyond redemption, his boots are soaked in what may once have been cow, and his eyes are kind, but also slightly wild. The kind of wild that says, "Yes, I have chased a pig through a church. Why do you ask?" This is Oswin, the butcher, or rather, one of them, the loudest, which, in this village, makes him the most trusted. The logic is simple. If he shouts it confidently, it must be edible. Probably. Maybe. "Morning," he bellows, lifting what might be a leg or a shoulder or part of someone's uncle. "Fancy some belly?" You don't know what kind. You don't ask. You nod politely and edge past a barrel that's either filled with meat scraps or an attempt at soup. It moves slightly. You decide not to look again. The lane is alive, not figuratively. Something in the corner is definitely twitching. Meat hangs in windows like gruesome bunting. Blood darkens the gutters, lazily trailing toward the drain like it's avoiding responsibility. Dogs loiter nearby, tails wagging in hopeful betrayal of their better instincts. They know the butcher sometimes accidentally drops bits. The butcher knows the dogs make good cleanup crew. It's an ecosystem built on scraps, trust, and zero hygiene. A child with no shoes and too much curiosity pokes a sausage link with a stick. It oozes. He nods approvingly, then licks the stick. Somewhere, a rooster sighs. You pass a smaller stall where a woman is salting cuts of something pale and glistening. The salt piles high, like snow that smells faintly of survival. She hums as she works, a low, tuneless thing that may once have been a lullaby or a hex. Her name is Edra, and she's been preserving meat since before anyone remembers how old she is. Some say she doesn't age because of all the salt. Others say it's because she refuses to acknowledge time unless it's marinated. She catches your eye and lifts a slab of pork from the brine. It drips, slowly, like it's mourning its former self. She slaps it onto a table with a wet splat and says, 3 days soaked, 4 if you're afraid of the dark. You don't know what that means, but you nod again. This is not a place for questions. This is a place for accepting what's in front of you and hoping it doesn't move. Further down, another butcher stands with arms folded, eyeing a rack of ribs that appear to be aging with attitude. He doesn't salt. He doesn't smoke. He believes in air curing, which, translated, means he hangs meat and waits. He insists it gives character. Others insist it gives indigestion. His shop smells like ambition and old feet. You overhear a woman asking, "Is this fresh?" He grins. It's familiar. She buys it anyway. You make the mistake of breathing through your mouth. Immediate regret. The flavor of the air sits on your tongue like a dare. You wonder how anyone eats anything here and survives. Then you remember, they often don't. But they do laugh. A lot. Especially when someone new to the village mistakes pig tongue for pastry filling. It's happened, twice this week. Outside one stall, a pig's head stares up from a wooden board, eyes open, mouth parted slightly as if it wants to interrupt. Flies gather reverently. The butcher there is carving a roast with the precision of a man who once wanted to be a sculptor and now channels all his unfulfilled artistry into meat geometry. His slices are thin, nearly translucent. You can see the past in it, he tells a customer, handing over a sliver. The customer nods solemnly and eats it with the expression of someone trying very hard to appreciate sadness. At the end of the lane, a boy no older than 12 drags a bucket of offal toward a back alley. He looks resigned, like he's carrying not just entrails, but also generational disappointment. The bucket leaves a trail, both liquid and existential. A cat follows, hopeful. 2 more join. By the time he reaches the alley, it's a procession. You wonder if they'll form a union. Someone somewhere is shouting about mutton. Someone else is arguing it's goat. A third person declares it doesn't matter if you boil it long enough. Everyone nods. This is true. So is the unspoken rule. If it smells worse tomorrow, you just stew it harder. You pass a sign above one stall that reads, "Fresh meat." The sign is wooden, hand-carved, and at least 8 years old. No one remembers when it was last accurate, but it hangs proudly, and that's what counts. The butcher's lane is not a place for the weak-stomached or the overly curious. It is a place of practical magic, blood rituals, and culinary gambling. Here, you don't ask what something is. You ask how long it's been dead. And even then, you accept the answer will be vague, cheerful, and followed by a free sample, or a sneeze. You step out of the lane eventually, shoes damp, nose confused, and soul slightly altered. You carry nothing with you, and yet everything smells faintly of meat. You glance back once and catch Oswin waving a cleaver like a greeting. Behind him, the dogs sit like worshippers. The blood runs lazy. The flies buzz hymns. And somewhere in the middle of it all, a pig's head winks. Probably, you arrive just in time to see a man nearly decapitate a table. The table is innocent. It is, to its credit, trying very hard to be supportive, but the butcher standing over it is attacking a side of beef like it once insulted his mother. The cleaver rises high, shimmers in the morning light for one hopeful second, and then crashes down with the sort of force that makes trees shudder and birds pause mid-flight to reassess their life plans. The cut is not clean. It is not precise. It is not even in the same category as intentional. What it is loud. Meat tears, bone shrieks. A wet slap echoes down the lane as a chunk of beef flings itself off the block and onto the floor with the dignity of a fainting nobleman. No one reacts, except a nearby dog, who gives a short, approving bark and returns to licking something that should probably be buried. This is Taller, butcher by trade, philosopher by accident, and artist by delusion. He squints at the remaining carcass, nods to himself like a man who just solved a riddle incorrectly, and makes another swing. This time, the cleaver embeds itself deep into the joint, not the one he was aiming for, possibly not even part of the same animal. It doesn't matter. He leans in, wrestles with the bone like they have unfinished business, and finally pries it free with a triumphant grunt that sounds vaguely like, "Ha." You watch as he wipes his hands on his apron, which is less of a garment and more of a historical document. It's stained in ways that suggest not all of them came from meat. One patch near the hip appears to be older than the village chapel. Another near the chest might still be wet. He notices you watching, gives a nod, and gestures to the carcass like it's a guest at a wedding. "First cut's always the loudest," he says proudly. You nod, unsure if that's wisdom or a warning. The slab on the block is enormous. It may once have been a cow, or several cows fused through ambition and terrible planning. Bits of fur cling to the edges. A hoof dangles mournfully nearby, attached to nothing in particular. The smell is intense. Not bad exactly, just aggressively honest. The kind of smell that doesn't apologize for existing. There's iron and fat and something else that says, "If you leave me out another hour, I will evolve." Toller returns to work. He isn't so much butchering as interpreting. Each slice is a declaration, each chop a manifesto. You begin to suspect he doesn't know the names of the cuts, or the locations of bones, or anatomy in general. He carves like a poet reciting from memory, and accuracy is not the point. He hands a woman something that might be a shoulder, might be a haunch, and tells her, "Best bit for boiling." Screams flavor. She nods, pays an eggs, and wanders off humming. At the next block over, his apprentice is doing his best not to cry. He is 17, elbow deep in something gelatinous, and muttering a prayer that contains both the Lord's name and a wish for early retirement. He's meant to be separating fat from sinew, but the sinew keeps sliding, and the fat is behaving like it has feelings. Toller calls over, "Use your instincts, boy." The boy responds by stabbing at the mass with his knife like it owes him money. There is no diagram, no instruction, no clear reason why one piece becomes stew meat and another is labeled choice. It's all gesture and guesswork. Toller holds up a rib, inspects it like a jeweler, and declares, "Ah, sentimental cut, this one." Then he drops it into a bucket labeled Tuesday. You ask, carefully, if there's a system. Toller laughs, a deep, wheezing thing that suggests he hasn't truly laughed since the last frost. Course there is. Big ones get chopped, small ones get sold. Anything that looks confused, stew. He says it like this is obvious, eternal knowledge, passed down through generations of well-meaning hacksaws. You notice none of the knives match. Some are curved, some straight. One appears to be a repurposed sword. They sit in a wooden block that has more notches than wood, all of them dulled by time, effort, and what you suspect is a general lack of cleaning. Toller sharpens them occasionally on a whetstone he keeps in his boot. Not for convenience, just because he forgets where he put it. He takes a moment to demonstrate technique. See, you want to go against the grain. Always against. Unless it's with, you'll feel it. If it fights you, it's probably important. He illustrates this by sawing through a ribcage while talking about the weather, then offering you a strip of something red and wobbly as a sample. You decline, politely, with both hands. Despite everything, or maybe because of it, people keep buying. They know the cuts aren't uniform. They know the names are made up. They know that if you ask for loin, you might get flank, and if you ask for brisket, you might get stared at like you insulted someone's sister. But they buy anyway, because it's warm, because it's there. Because Toller tells you, without blinking, that this here will make a stew so rich you'll cry while chewing. A man arrives asking for something tender. Toller frowns, considers, then rummages through a barrel labeled, "Not that bad." He produces a chunk of meat that is both too soft and too firm, and hands it over with a nod. "This one's got memories. Boil it in onion, and don't ask questions." The man nods, leaves satisfied. You stay longer than intended, not because you're comfortable, but because the spectacle is weirdly soothing. The hacking, the naming, the buckets, the boy who now has a cut on his forehead and is blaming a ham. It's chaos, but it's familiar chaos, a daily theater of cleavers and conviction. And as Toller lifts another side of beef onto the block with the casual strength of a man who doesn't believe in hernias, he looks at you, grins through the blood on his cheek, and says, "Meat's like people. You don't always know where to start, but once you do, you just keep cutting till something makes sense." Then he swings the cleaver, misses slightly, and the hoof falls off the table with a thud. Progress, probably. There is no ice, no cold cellar, no magic box humming softly in the corner to keep the meat from dreaming of death. There is only heat, hope, and a series of increasingly desperate solutions that range from practical to spiritual to just ignore the smell and chew fast. In the butcher's lane, the absence of refrigeration is not a flaw in the system. It is the system. You begin to notice that nothing here is truly cold. Even the morning air, which in other parts of the village might feel crisp, arrives in the butcher's lane already heavy with the warmth of yesterday's regrets. Cuts of meat hang in doorways like decorations for a holiday. No one agreed to celebrate, swaying gently in the breeze, if there is one. Their surfaces glisten, not with freshness, but with a kind of oily awareness. Oswin, ever enthusiastic, explains it like this: "Meat's like a guest, lovely when it first arrives, then rude if you don't do something with it quick." He gestures broadly to a row of slabs suspended on hooks. "That one's been here 2 days. Or maybe 3. You'd know if it was 4. You don't ask how. The first line of defense is salt. So much salt. Barrels of the stuff sit like miniature fortresses in every corner, filled with cuts that look like they're brining in ancient sea tears. The meat is submerged fully, then partially, then not at all, depending on how full the barrel is and how recently the apprentice remembered to turn things. Some of the barrels smell hopeful. Others smell like someone gave up mid-process and walked into the woods to start a new life. When asked about expiration dates, Toller waves a hand and says, "The salt'll speak to you." You assume he means odor. Next is smoke. Behind the stalls, a small shed exhales lazily, a constant column of gray curling up toward the sky, like it's sending regrets to heaven. Inside, meat hangs like sinners in purgatory, slowly transforming into something firmer, darker, and significantly more chew-resistant. A boy tends the fire with the kind of dedication usually reserved for saints or desperate gamblers. He throws in handfuls of juniper, then sage, then whatever else he finds in the basket labeled smokables. No one seems entirely sure what the difference is between good smoked meat and bad smoked meat. Only that bad smoked meat will let you know the next morning, often with urgency. Some butchers swear by vinegar. Edra, who has seen more seasons than the church bell, keeps her meat in crocks, sealed tight with beeswax and secrets. She pours in vinegar until the flesh sulks at the bottom, then seals it and mutters a blessing. No one knows what the blessing is. Some say it's in Latin. Others say it's just a list of her enemies. She tells you that vinegar draws out the rot. You ask where the rot goes. She just smiles and taps the jar. There is a man, Bartel, who believes in layering. He wraps his meat in cloth, then in leaves, then in more cloth, then buries the whole thing in a dry pit lined with herbs. He insists this keeps the evil out. When questioned about what kind of evil, he says, "The kind with teeth you can't see." You nod slowly and back away from his stall, which smells faintly of rosemary and poor decisions. Then there are the truly devout. Some villagers, short on salt, herbs, vinegar, and common sense, simply pray over their meat. They place it in the window and ask the saints to watch over it. Sometimes it works. Sometimes the cat gets to it first. Either way, no one admits defeat. If it's been touched by a paw or the grace of God, it's still going in the stew. When all else fails, there is the fallback strategy known locally as eat it before it runs. This is not a metaphor. It is both plan and warning. Stews are made quickly, often with more enthusiasm than care. Tough cuts are boiled until they soften out of shame. Questionable sausage is fried until the pan threatens to catch fire. And roasts are served with herbs, mustard, and the firm insistence that this is how it's supposed to taste. People get used to the flavors. A little tang, that's character. A slight whiff of sourness, that's the mustard working overtime. A green tinge around the edges, that's how you know it's aged. If it crunches when it shouldn't, you chew louder. If it slides too easily, you swallow faster. Denial, in this village, is not just a river. It's a seasoning. You witness a man bite into a piece of ham, pause, then nod slowly. Still good, he says, though his eyes water slightly. He's sweating more than the sun would require. The woman next to him tastes her slice and adds, I think it's better than last week's. Less screamy. You don't ask what she means. Not all meat survives the process. Some cuts go bad, visibly and enthusiastically. They are not discarded. They are passed along to the tanner, who uses them for hides and glue, or to the soap maker, who mutters darkly and boils them into something that may or may not remove dirt. In some cases, the dogs get lucky. In rare moments of public honesty, the meat is buried behind the smokehouse and marked with a stick, just in case someone wants to dig it up later and see how it's progressing. And yet, somehow, no one dies. Or at least, not often enough for anyone to reconsider. Children grow up with iron stomachs. Elders claim they can taste the difference between 3-day pork and 5-day beef and tell stories about the worst meat they ever ate with the fondness of war veterans. Illness is seen as a challenge. Vomiting, a rite of passage. If your stomach turns, it's just a sign that you're not yet ready. You walk through the lane again, past the salt barrels and vinegar jars, the racks of drying cuts, the jars sealed with wax and hope. The smells are stronger today. The meat is louder. Flies gather with purpose. Butchers smile like gamblers with winning hands. The sun is high, the air is warm, and the meat is doing its best to pretend it's not dying. And honestly, so is everyone else. The sun rises reluctantly over the butcher's quarter, as if even it would rather shine somewhere cleaner. Light spills between crooked roofs and over cracked cobblestones, catching on the dried blood from yesterday's enthusiasm. The smell arrives before anything else, a cocktail of raw meat, smoke, damp leather, and the undeniable hint of something that used to be alive and deeply regrets the transition. You breathe shallowly and continue forward because it's too late to pretend you got lost. You're here, in the shambles. It's not a name meant to be poetic. It's literal. Everything here is in shambles. The stalls lean like they were built during a strong wind and never quite recovered. Tables sag under the weight of questionable cuts. Ropes dangle, some holding meat, others just existing ominously. Buckets slosh. You don't ask what's in them. You don't want to know. A man wrestles a sheep carcass onto a block, grunting like he's trying to summon a demon or banish one. A dog, tail wagging at full throttle, supervises helpfully from beneath the table, tongue lolling, nose twitching. This is Midroll. He has no owner but claims at least 6. He's unofficially employed by the butchers, paid in scraps and head pats, and has memorized the precise moment meat becomes unattended. He darts in, nabs a sliver of offal, and vanishes with the efficiency of a seasoned pickpocket. Oswin appears from behind a curtain made of dried pig bladders, which is exactly as charming as it sounds. He's got blood on his forearms, confidence in his stride, and a cleaver that gleams with the kind of energy usually reserved for war crimes. "Good morning," he booms, stepping over a puddle that may have once been an animal or someone's dignity. "Mind your step. The floor's fresh." You look down. The stones glisten. It's not water. It's never just water. In the corner, 2 apprentices argue over whose turn it is to descale a head. The head in question stares upward, caught in a moment of permanent surprise. The apprentices poke it with sticks like they hope it'll volunteer an answer. Nearby, a third apprentice has taken to napping beside a salting barrel. His hat has slipped over his eyes, and his boots are missing. No one asks. Some mysteries are safer left unsolved. A woman known only as Maud stands at her stall with the elegance of a queen presiding over a kingdom of sausages. Her hands move fast, tying casings like she's punishing them. She speaks to the meat, not in a whisper, in full sentences. "You'll behave this time," she mutters at a stubborn link. No bursting in the pan like last week. The sausage does not reply, which is probably for the best. Across from her, a boy dumps a bucket of bones into a larger pile of bones, creating a sort of artistic monument to waste and regret. The pile shifts slightly, then settles with a soft rattle. A chicken pecks at the edge, pauses, and decides against whatever it was considering. Chickens here have learned caution. There's a rhythm to the shambles. The sound of cleavers hitting wood, the slop of meat on stone, the hiss of fat in pans. Voices rise and fall like songbirds raised on profanity. Deals are made loudly, with flourishes and insults. "This leg's so fresh it still thinks it's a deer," one butcher proclaims. "This liver'll make your mother weep with joy, or fear. Either way she'll weep," another boasts, holding up something that glistens in a way that suggests it's either spoiled or sanctified. A customer haggles over a cut of beef that appears to be weeping. The butcher insists it's just condensation. You don't ask from what. Eventually, the customer shrugs, pays with 3 buttons and a fish hook, and walks off victorious. Behind him, the butcher throws a chunk to the dogs. They descend like hyenas at a feast, tails wagging, jaws snapping. One leaves with a piece twice the size of its head, and the expression of someone who knows they're living their best life. The gutters are rivers now, red, thick, slow-moving rivers that carry scraps and stories. A boy with a mop tries to guide the mess in one direction, but the blood refuses to be organized. It snakes around his boots and into the alley, where a pair of cats watch with the patience of priests awaiting confession. The cats do not meow, they simply stare. A man stumbles into the square, holding a goose by the neck. The goose is not pleased. The man is less so. He argues with a butcher about processing fees while the goose hisses at everyone like it knows secrets. The butcher finally shrugs, pulls out a blade longer than his arm, and says, "Bring it here, or let it judge us all." The man hesitates. The goose does not. A chase begins. No one stops to help. It's not the first goose-based incident this week. Smoke billows from behind a curtain. Someone's rendering fat. Someone else is boiling bones. Someone else, judging by the smell, is failing at both. You pass a barrel labeled "definitely pork" and make a note never to return to that stall. A butcher's boy walks by carrying a spine like a bouquet. He offers you a piece. You decline, and he looks disappointed. In the center of it all, a woman plays a fiddle while her child dances near a pile of tripe. No one minds. Music is music, even when the audience is mostly dogs and a very confused duck. The duck seems to be contemplating the pile. You leave it to its thoughts. By midday, the shambles are in full swing. Meat is everywhere. On tables, hooks, shoulders. Deals are shouted. Buckets are emptied. Dogs sleep with full bellies. Blood seeps into boots. No one is clean. No one expects to be. It's chaos, yes, but it's also strangely alive. Everything is part of the same great sticky ballet. You begin to suspect that no one really runs this place. It just happens, like weather or war. As the sun reaches its peak, Oswin claps you on the back with a bloody handprint and grins. "Still breathing, are you? Good, means you're learning." Then he licks his thumb, wipes something off a cleaver, and returns to hacking at a rib cage like it insulted his soup. You don't know how long you've been here. Time moves differently in the shambles, faster, louder, smellier. But as you finally step away, dodging a dog carrying what might be a jawbone and nodding politely at a butcher singing to a kidney, you realize something unfortunate. You're hungry. You're standing in front of the stall, and the pork is definitely looking at you. Or it was. Just for a second. A twitch of the jowl, a lift of the eye ridge. Maybe it's the light. Maybe it's a muscle spasm. Maybe it's something darker. Either way, you take a full step back and reconsider your life choices. The butcher, taller, doesn't miss a beat. He's slicing through a haunch like it owes him money, humming a tune that might once have been a lullaby, if lullabies included phrases like, "Pop the joint." You point to the offending pork, still half draped over the block, its expression somewhere between smug and unsettled. "That one blinked," you say, louder than intended. Taller doesn't look up. Good sign. Means it's still got character. "It winked at me." He pauses, slowly wipes his hands on an apron that should be considered evidence. Freshness shows itself in different ways. That's not freshness. That's a personality. Behind you, a small crowd is forming, drawn by the scent of blood and drama. Edric the candlemaker steps forward, squints at the meat, and nods sagely. I saw it too. Bit of a smirk, I'd say. "Liar," mumbles Maud from her sausage stall. "You'd say anything if it got you out of paying full price." Edric glares. "I know the difference between spoiled meat and possessed meat." "Possessed meat's more expensive," Maud adds helpfully. "Takes longer to cook the demon out." Taller sighs like a man who's dealt with this before and already regrets it. "Look, it's just twitchy. Happens sometimes. Muscle memory." You look back at the pork. The pork does not move, which is, somehow, worse. "Memory of what?" you ask. Toller gives a shrug that could mean anything from, "I don't know," to, "Please leave before this becomes a council issue." And then old Wren, who once claimed a fish fillet, cursed his daughter with sneezing, pipes up from the back. "Same thing happened to my nephew. Bought a leg of lamb. Swore it whispered to him. Ended up burying it under a walnut tree. Had nightmares for weeks." "That's different," says someone. "That was a goat." Still counts. Arguments bloom like mold on a forgotten ham. Someone says they heard last week's chicken recite part of a sermon. Someone else insists the beef tongue they bought last month sang, albeit off-key. A baker swears a ham hock made eye contact with her youngest, and he hasn't spoken since, though most agree the silence was an improvement. Toller raises his hands, palms out, dripping slightly. Enough. Meat moves. It does that. Because of science. There is a pause. The word hangs in the air like a fart in a cathedral. "Science?" Maud says, slow and suspicious. "You know, the humors, and tension, and post, slot, shivers. You just made that up." "I made it up fast, though." He gestures dramatically to the entire stall. This is the freshest meat in 3 villages. I butcher at dawn. If it twitches, it's because it remembers life. That's not a warning. That's a compliment." Someone claps, you're not sure who. Possibly sarcastically. Still, the pork just sits there, daring you to blink first. Oswin leans in from another stall, holding a tray of what he claims is bacon but smells suspiciously like ham that's had a rough week. "You should have seen the mutton 2 days ago," he says. Sat up straight, nodded once, fell over. Got bought in 10 seconds. Man said it tasted like destiny. The butcher's apprentice, a lad with meat in his hair and a haunted expression, finally speaks. There's a bit of nerve left is all. Like echoes, flesh memories. Everyone turns to him. He flushes red. I read it on a scroll. No one believes him, but everyone respects the effort. A woman steps forward, clutching a basket of onions like they'll protect her. "I just want meat that doesn't behave." "Is that so much to ask?" "You want old meat then," says Maud, dull, flaccid, full of regret. "That's what I'm used to," the woman mutters. Toller finally lifts the pork and slaps it decisively on the table. It jiggles once, ominously. "This here is top tier. No demons, no curses." Maybe a ghost, but only a small one, and very polite. Someone gasps. He leans in, dropping his voice to the kind of gravelly whisper usually reserved for secret spells and tax advice. You want dead meat? Really dead? I've got some from last week. Doesn't twitch, doesn't blink, doesn't do much of anything except exist. That's what you want? You glance at the pork, then at the bucket behind the table, then at the dog, currently staring into the distance like it's watching a very slow crime. Maybe the twitch isn't the problem. Maybe the problem is you. Taller wraps the meat in rough cloth and hands it over. No charge. Call it a goodwill gesture. You eye him. Because it winked? Because if it does it again, I want witnesses. The crowd disperses slowly, still murmuring, still suspicious. Wren says she's going to burn sage. Edric says he's going to write a letter to the bishop. Maud makes a note to increase the price on her non-winking sausages. You take your bundle home, trying not to notice how warm it is. That night, you cook it thoroughly. You salt it like you're warding off sin. You say a quiet prayer, not because you're religious, but because it seems like the sort of thing one should do when roasting something that once had the audacity to flirt. You chew carefully. It tastes lively. It starts with a barrel and a prayer. The barrel, of course, is filled with salt, enough to give a whale hypertension. And the prayer is not to the saints, but to time itself, asking it to pause just long enough for the meat to stop aging and start becoming something else entirely. You watch as a haunch of pork is unceremoniously dumped into the crystalline sludge. It makes a sound like a drowning shoe. A moment later, a butcher named Hef licks his thumb, wipes something from his eyebrow, and announces, "That one'll taste like vengeance in a week." The salting house is a place where meat goes to contemplate its sins. There's no light here, only the dull glow of desperation and pickling hope. Racks line the walls, dripping with things in various states of preservation, most of them unrecognizable, all of them glistening. You pass a shelf where something vaguely bird-shaped lies flattened under a brick, oozing brine from every angle. Hef assures you it's intentional. The pressure keeps the evil spirits out, he says, adjusting a second brick on top of it for good measure. Salt, you're told, is nature's pause button. It doesn't stop decay. It just slows it down enough to give everyone a fighting chance. The salt draws out moisture, like an overbearing ant extracting gossip. Water leaves the meat. Flavor, supposedly, remains. Bacteria, confronted with this arid wasteland of sodium and regret, flee or die or transform into something less villainous. It's less a cure and more a stalemate. The goal isn't perfection. It's survivability. As you watch another cut get submerged, you realize the whole process has a kind of grim ritual to it. Meat is salted, then turned, then salted again. The salt gets reused until it begins to develop a personality. Hef swears he can tell what kind of animal the salt has worked on just by taste. You choose not to ask for a demonstration. But salting, as intense and gritty as it is only the beginning. Beyond the barrels lies the smokehouse, and that's where the real magic, or madness, happens. The structure is more shed than building, its walls stained with generations of meats long since consumed. Smoke seeps from every crevice, lazy and aromatic, like a ghost that smells delicious. Inside, the air is thick enough to chew. Slabs of meat hang from rafters, suspended in time and soot, slowly metamorphosing from flesh to possibly edible. The smoke curls around them lovingly, like a grandmother tucking in naughty children who may or may not deserve soup tomorrow. Fire smolders in a pit below, fed by an apprentice who looks like he hasn't blinked since breakfast. He tosses in bundles of herbs and occasionally a broken chair leg. For flavor, he explains, though it's unclear if he means the meat or the memory. You learn that smoke isn't just about taste, it's armor. It clings to the surface of the meat like a protective crust, warding off flies, rot, and weak constitutions. It dries the exterior, locking the inside in a kind of savory stasis. Hef calls it curing by flavor and fear. Some pieces are smoked for days, others for weeks. The longer they hang, the more they resemble relics or ancient scrolls that might crumble if read too loudly. He hands you a strip of something dark and leathery. Beef, probably, he says, chewing his own piece with the enthusiasm of someone gnawing on an old boot out of both pride and hunger. You bite. The texture is challenging. It fights you at first, then yields, but never fully surrenders. The flavor, though, is rich, like meat that survived a storm and wants to tell you about it. Not everyone smokes with the same precision. Some prefer cold smoke, which gently kisses the meat over time. Others go with hot smoke, which bludgeons it into submission in a matter of hours. Then there's Yoren, who uses a mysterious technique involving pine cones and a bellows. No one understands it, but his sausages are infamous for causing both cravings and mild hallucinations. He's banned from festivals. The butchers treat their smokehouses like shrines. No running, no shouting, no sudden movements. You speak in whispers. You duck instinctively as a slab overhead sways like it's contemplating escape. The apprentice adds more fuel to the fire and fans the smoke upward, guiding it with practiced reverence. You begin to understand why people call it an art, even if it's one painted entirely in shades of brown and regret. Eventually, the meat is deemed ready. There is no thermometer, no clock, no checklist, only instinct, smell, and the occasional prodding from a greasy finger, if it springs back just enough. If the color looks like something you could write a poem about, a very dark, meaty poem, then it's done. It's pulled down, wiped off, and sent to market. Sometimes, you're told, the meat sings. Not literally, but spiritually. There's a harmony to it, a balance between salt, smoke, and survival. If you get it just right, the meat doesn't spoil. It waits. For you, for a stew, for winter. It becomes patient. Hef hands you a wrapped bundle on your way out. Hang that near the fire, he says. Turn it every third day. Slap it once in a while to let it know you care. You don't question him. By now it makes as much sense as anything else. You cradle the bundle like it might whisper advice if held close enough. Outside, the sun is setting, and the air smells of wood smoke, meat, and mild defiance. Somewhere behind you, the apprentice sneezes into the fire. The smoke billows upward, wrapping the hanging meat in another layer of flavor and forgetfulness. And with that, your journey into the world of salt and smoke ends, not clean, but certainly cured. It begins, as most questionable ideas do, with confidence and a barrel. You're staring into a wooden vat filled with brine that looks less like salt water and more like the sweat of Neptune himself after a long day of punishing sinners. It's opaque, somehow both slimy and sharp-smelling, and absolutely not something you'd ever mistake for soup. Floating inside are chunks of meat that look like they lost a bet. Eldrick, the local pickle master, a title he gave himself after reading half a pamphlet, beams beside you with the pride of a man who has never tasted his own work. That there, he says, gesturing at a submerged slab that may or may not be beef, is the future. Lasts longer than marriages, and better for you too. You want to ask questions, like, how long has it been in there? Or, why is it glowing slightly? But instead, you just nod, because nothing good comes from poking the ego of a man who stores meat in buckets and calls it progress. The brine, you learn, is not just salty. It's aggressively salty, militant, so saturated that crystals form on the rim of the barrel like the beginnings of an evil geode. The salt is mixed with vinegar, herbs, a handful of garlic cloves, and something Eldrick refers to only as the secret. You suspect it's regret. The meat stays submerged for days, weeks, sometimes longer. The exact timing is vague and based more on vibes than any measurable science. When it's finally extracted, it emerges like a creature from a legend, slick and firm, and so deeply salted, It could season a village with a single sneeze. It no longer resembles the fresh, bloody thing it once was. It's denser now, taut with purpose, haunted by the decisions that got it here. Eldrick holds up a piece for you to admire. See the texture? That's what you want. Rubbery, but dignified. You prod it. It fights back. Once pickled, the meat is packed into jars or wrapped in cloth, soaked in brine, then stashed in cellars where it can live out the rest of its long, salty afterlife. In theory, it's preserved. In practice, it's complex. People eat it, or at least attempt to, often while smiling politely and nodding a lot. You attend a dinner where the pickled meat is the centerpiece. It's unveiled with a flourish, sliced thin like carpaccio, but significantly more intimidating. It smells sharp, like someone bottled thunder and poured it over old leather. The host grins too widely, clearly proud of the display, and you realize with horror that you are expected to try it. Your first bite is cautious. The flavor punches you immediately. Brine, then beef, then a whisper of something earthy that might be bay leaf or sorrow. The texture is chewy, not in the sense of a satisfying bite, but more like gnawing on the edge of a wet book. Your jaw begins negotiations with your brain about whether it's worth continuing. You look around the table. No one is chewing happily. Everyone is performing, smiling, nodding, tearing up slightly. Someone mutters, robust, which is code for, this tastes like an old shoe with ambition. Another says, acquired taste, which translates roughly to, I've acquired deep regrets. Still, it's tradition. Pickled meat doesn't spoil easily, doesn't require fire or freshness or trust in your neighbors. It survives. That alone makes it valuable. In winters where nothing grows, in villages where livestock are rare, and refrigeration is a dream no one's had yet, this meat stands defiant. Is it good? That depends. Is survival good? Is chewing a privilege? Eldrick insists his process is superior. He claims his great-uncle once lived on pickled venison alone for an entire season and emerged stronger than ever, though others recall that he later tried to marry a turnip and was chased out of town. These details are deemed unrelated. There are rules, of course. Never eat pickled meat that floats. Never eat anything from the green barrel unless you have a strong constitution and no evening plans. If a piece hisses when unwrapped, you nod politely, rewrap it, and return it to the cellar. Some say the older the meat, the more potent its energy. Others say the older the meat, the closer you are to finding out if ghosts can haunt intestines. Some households serve it with onions, mustard, or flatbread in an effort to distract from the meat itself. One enterprising woman tried boiling it in ale to loosen its opinions, but the smell cleared her kitchen of both family and furniture. The ale, somehow, curdled. You visit another home where the pickled pork is served cubed on toothpicks, a gesture of sophistication that does nothing to make it easier to chew. The host beams, recounting how it was pickled last harvest, when the moon turned red and the goats refused to blink. You do not ask follow-up questions. You eat your cube. You chew. You chew some more. Time passes. The meat remains. Back at Eldrick's stall, he's preparing another batch. He hums as he lowers fresh cuts into the brine, murmuring kind words as if the meat might respond better to encouragement. There you go, he coos. Nice and cozy. Think of it as a spa. You notice a jar on the shelf labeled simply, experimental. The contents are unidentifiable. The color is deeply concerning. Eldrick catches your stare and grins. That one's aging beautifully, almost sentient. You step away. Pickled meat, you realize, is not about flavor. It's about preparation, about pride, about facing the long winter with something, anything, that isn't moldy, hollow, or entirely air. It's about survival, no matter the taste, no matter the texture. It's about chewing through the past, one briny bite at a time. You take another piece home wrapped in linen, unsure if you'll eat it, trade it, or use it to prop open the door during storm season. But you feel a little safer with it nearby, like you've acquired a companion that may not be friendly, but is certainly committed. And that counts for something. The spice merchant leans over his stall with the kind of confidence only a man selling turmeric in a rain-soaked sheep village can possess. He holds up a pouch of something vaguely golden and says, "This one masks death like a dream." You blink, unsure whether you misheard or just don't want to ask follow-up questions. He winks. Imported, smuggled, cursed a bit, probably. Works wonders on pork that's turned. This, you realize, is not a seasoning shop. It is a confession booth with shelves. You're here because your latest ham has started developing opinions and a questionable texture. No amount of boiling has helped. The neighbor's dog barked at it. The neighbor herself crossed herself and muttered something about exorcism. So now you're browsing sachets of cumin, cloves, and whatever that dark powder is that smells like burnt teeth and hope. Spices in the village are a luxury, but also a survival strategy. The line between flavorful and "oh dear, this meat is threatening me" is thin, and sometimes the only thing standing between you and food poisoning is a heavy-handed sprinkle of allspice. The logic is simple. If it smells nice, it's probably edible, or at least you'll feel slightly better about dying. The merchant, whose name is either Tobin or something unpronounceable he invented to sound foreign, offers you a sniff of something reddish and sharp. "Paprika," he says, "from the east. Makes goat taste like goat that isn't 3 days too old." He gestures dramatically to a row of jars. "This one masks bitterness. This one conceals slime. This one," he lowers his voice, "turns any meat into something your guests will describe as interesting." You ask him if people actually enjoy the taste of these spiced meats, or if it's all a well-perfumed lie. He laughs, the kind of laugh that smells faintly of cardamom and guilt. Enjoyments for summer, winters for eating whatever won't send you to the healer. You select a few pouches, mostly the ones that don't make your nose curl, and carry them home like potions. The kitchen smells better almost immediately, which is promising. The ham, now coated in cinnamon, nutmeg, and a generous amount of pepper, looks confused, but resigned. You cook it gently, as instructed, until the spices form a crust so fragrant you briefly forget that the meat beneath was last seen glistening in unnatural ways. The first bite is not bad, not great either, but definitely not terrifying. The spices have formed a kind of flavorful barrier between your taste buds and the truth. You chew with focus. The texture remains challenging, like a boot dipped in perfume, but the flavor is strangely festive. You serve it to your neighbor without warning. She sniffs suspiciously, squints at you, then takes a cautious bite. "Tastes exotic," she says, which is local code for "I'm confused but too polite to spit it out." She finishes her plate. You don't know whether to feel victorious or slightly responsible for whatever dreams she has tonight. Word spreads. Soon villagers are trading spice packets like currency. A woman offers her husband's cloak for a pinch of saffron. A man trades a chicken, not alive, for some cloves. There is a quiet war over cinnamon sticks. The spice merchant begins dressing more elaborately, claiming he now communes directly with flavor spirits. No one questions him. The problem, of course, is that not all spices work. Some amplify the rot instead of hiding it. One unfortunate experiment with mace leads to a stew that smells like revenge and tastes like boiled upholstery. Someone tries star anise on fish. The result is banned by informal decree. Another man uses coriander to cover up a lamb that had been aging in a damp basket. His wife leaves him. No one blames her. Yet for every failure, there is a moment of strange success. A salted beef roast rubbed with cinnamon and pepper somehow tastes festive, like winter holidays you've never had. A duck leg soaked in clove-infused wine becomes a dish people describe with reverence and a touch of fear. You learn that if you use enough spice, the meat doesn't even have to be good. It just has to be willing to try. Over time, seasoning becomes performance. Meals are judged not by freshness, but by flair. People brag about their blends. This? Just a dash of cumin, 2 cloves, and something I found in the bottom of a jar marked, "Don't." No one asks questions. You just chew. The spice merchant thrives. He begins selling small wooden spoons with dramatic names. The Masker, Rot Be Gone, The Widow's Choice. He sells scrolls with dubious recipes and poems about nutmeg. He wears rings now. His fingernails sparkle. But beneath it all, you know the truth. These spices are not about taste. They are camouflage. Distraction. They are the medieval equivalent of perfume on a corpse. Better than nothing, but only just. Still, when you sit down for your evening meal and taste the hints of clove and garlic, you smile. The meat might be suspect, but the illusion is lovely. You chew. You nod. You lie to yourself in the most fragrant way possible. And sometimes, that's enough. The vinegar comes out in a ceramic jug that looks like it has seen too much. You watch as the butcher, a man with more stains than answers, pours it over a hunk of meat sitting innocently on the chopping block. The liquid hits the flesh with a hiss and a fizz, like it's trying to escape. Keeps it fresh, he mutters, not looking up, as though daring you to challenge the science. The smell is immediate, sharp, assertive. Vinegar doesn't just enter your nostrils. It breaks down the door, rearranges the furniture, and installs itself as the new landlord. You lean back instinctively. The butcher grins. Means it's working. You're not convinced. The meat is a color that suggests it's been reconsidering its life choices. The vinegar, you're told, halts the rot, or slows it, or maybe just distracts it long enough for you to pretend it's dinner. Some say it kills bacteria. Others say it kills flavor. A few say it just kills your will to eat. Still, the practice is widespread. Vinegar baths are the go-to preservation method for meat that's teetering on the edge of becoming soup. The acidity, in theory, sterilizes the surface, denatures proteins, and repels flies. In reality, it makes the meat smell like an argument. At the market, you hear people swap recipes with alarming confidence. "Soak the lamb for 2 days," says one woman, her apron soaked and her eyes wild. "Flip it halfway through. You'll know it's ready when it stops foaming." Another man insists that beef must be rubbed with garlic first, so the vinegar doesn't get lonely. A third simply shrugs and says, "I drink a little before I cook. Helps me believe in it." You try it yourself at home. The vinegar bottle is heavy, the color somewhere between amber and judgment. You lower a slab of questionable pork into a bowl and pour. It bubbles. You're not sure if that's a chemical reaction or a warning. The smell fills the room, then the hallway, then the neighbor's front step. Somewhere in the distance, a dog begins howling. The meat sits overnight. You check it in the morning, like a parent visiting a child in detention. It looks cleaner, but also more rubbery. You prod it with a spoon. It pushes back. You choose not to take it personally. Cooking it is another challenge. As the meat hits the pan, the vinegar sears off in a cloud that threatens to reverse your eyebrows. The kitchen now smells like ambition and failure. You cough through the process, flipping the meat as if that might change its nature. When it's finally done, you stare at it. It stares back. The first bite is sharp. Your tongue retracts like a frightened turtle. There is meat, yes, but it's swimming in an ocean of sour. The flavor is not subtle. It's not even polite. It's vinegar forward, meat adjacent. You chew, because it's too late to stop now. You swallow, because you're not a coward. And then, you sit very still, listening to your stomach, Question your choices in real time. The next day, you feel alert, not ill exactly, but suspicious of yourself. Your insides feel scoured, cleaned by a process you didn't agree to. You meet a neighbor on the road and she nods solemnly. "You did the vinegar, didn't you?" she says. You nod. She pats your arm like someone who's also seen war. Butchers swear by it. "Had a chicken last 3 weeks, one boasts, tapping the counter where several suspiciously pale birds lie in repose. Bit chewy, but no slime. Another claims vinegar once saved an entire feast during a spring festival when the storage hut was overrun by rats in despair. The meat had turned, but the vinegar turned it back. The guests never knew, except the one who fainted from the smell. You wonder where this confidence comes from. No one's running tests. There are no charts, no measurements, no degrees of certainty. Just vinegar, meat, and faith. It's less a preservation method and more a philosophy. If it smells strong enough to make your eyes water, it must be doing something. The local healer has other thoughts. Vinegar? Sure, it slows things down, but it speeds other things up. She taps her temple, then her belly. The body knows when it's being tricked. She keeps a jar of pickled tripe on her shelf as a cautionary tale. It burps sometimes. Still, people keep using it. It's cheap, it's available, and it's just plausible enough. The worst case scenario is a night spent near the privy. The best case? A meal that doesn't fight back. You learn to adjust the ratios. A little vinegar, a lot of herbs. Let it soak, but not too long. Add honey if you're feeling reckless. You discover that certain meats tolerate it better. Chicken absorbs it. Beef resists. Fish pretends to die again. You keep experimenting, not because you enjoy it, but because winter is coming, and so is a questionable sausage from your uncle's cellar. Eventually, you stop noticing the vinegar, or rather, your nose gives up. You serve guests without warning, watching their faces for the telltale twitch. Most nod politely. One cries. Another finishes their plate and asks for the recipe. You lie. You say it's a family secret. You say it involves time and prayer and just a touch of oak smoke. You do not mention the jug in the back room, the one that gurgles when the moon is full, because sometimes it's better not to know. Sometimes it's enough that the meat didn't kill you. Yet, winter doesn't announce itself in the village. It attacks. One moment, you're dodging flies while scrubbing dubious grease from your boots. The next, your breath fogs the air and the meat stalls resemble medieval morgues. Everything slows, stiffens, preserves itself out of necessity and spite. And, against all odds, the butchers begin to look competent. The cold is nature's apology for the rest of the year. Where summer bloats and spoils, winter freezes and flatters. Meat that would have started whispering secrets by sundown in July now hangs like a sculpture, stiff and obedient. You pass by a row of suspended carcasses, each one encased in its own layer of frost, as if nature herself has curated an exhibit titled, "Still Technically Edible." A boy licks one, out of curiosity or dare, and gets stuck. They have to pour warm ale on his face to free him. He's fine, mostly, slightly wiser. The butchers rejoice, which is unsettling because you didn't realize they could feel joy. Their routines shift overnight. There's no need to salt or soak or spice anything. They simply carve, hang, and let the air do the work. Smiles return to their faces, albeit crooked ones, and they no longer mutter incantations over every slab of meat. Fresh, they declare confidently now, even if the pork has been dangling in a frozen breeze for a week like a ham-shaped wind chime. You buy a leg of mutton that's colder than your marriage. It thuds on the table when you drop it, a satisfying, meaty percussion that suggests stability, if not tenderness. You don't even need to cook it immediately. It just waits. doesn't rot, doesn't ooze. It exists in a suspended state of dignity, which for meat is the highest possible compliment. You hear people say things like, "Winter is butcher's season," and it's not ironic. Villagers compliment cuts like they're fine art. One man brags that his lamb roast held its color for 11 days. Another claims to have found a deer carcass in the woods, frozen mid-leap, and butchered it where it stood. You don't ask for proof. You simply nod and say, "Impressive." The dogs are confused. Meat used to smell exciting. Now it just smells like cold. They sniff the frozen haunches, then wander off to chew boots instead. Even the rats take a break. The usual scrabbling and squeaking is replaced by the sound of icicles forming on sausage links. Peace, thy name is Sub-Zero. Your neighbor invents a new dish, frozen beef shavings scraped into a stew. It takes half an hour and a saw to prepare, but the result is strangely tender. Someone calls it beef popsicle, but not in front of the children. You try it and find yourself impressed. The texture is chewy but not defiant. The flavor is subtle, unmarred by vinegar or spice sorcery. It tastes like meat that was allowed to be meat, not meat that had to be rescued. People begin to experiment. One man leaves a pheasant hanging in the wind until its skin cracks like old parchment. When finally cooked, it falls apart with a sigh and a story. A woman stores ribs in her snow-covered well and claims they come out cleaner than when they went in. A boy builds a meat snowman using frozen sausages and 2 eggs. The village gathers to admire it until a dog knocks it over and consumes the lower half. The butcher's stall is suddenly the most popular place in the square. There are no smells, no flies, no boiling vinegar clouds, just crisp air and orderly rows of preserved potential. You overhear someone describe a rack of lamb as elegant, and you have to walk away before laughing ruins the moment. But even with the ease of cold storage, challenges remain. Cutting frozen meat is like carving rock. You once saw a man break a cleaver trying to divide a frozen duck. He wept, but only a little. Another woman used a hammer to tenderize a solid roast and cracked her table instead. Winter preservation requires strength, precision, and, above all, layers. Not for the meat, for you. Fingers go numb before sausages do. Still, the trade-offs are worth it. No one is boiling questionable stews or disguising pork with cinnamon. There are fewer excuses, fewer illnesses, fewer arguments about whether something tastes strange or just new. You eat with confidence. You chew without fear. You even start planning meals instead of simply reacting to whatever doesn't smell like betrayal. Children begin sledding on meat slabs. This is not encouraged, but it happens. A leg of venison becomes a toboggan. Someone tapes sausages to their boots for traction. These are strange, joyous crimes. Winter permits them. You take a walk one night and pass the butcher's quarter. It's quiet, serene, oddly beautiful. Hanging silhouettes drift gently in the wind, casting long shadows on the snow. The moon shines on a row of glistening ribs like stained glass. The smell is clean. The air is sharp. You feel something like reverence. Then, from the shadows, a butcher emerges, smiling, holding a frozen roast like a newborn. He cradles it gently. "Look at that," he says, voice soft with awe. Like God himself marbled it. You nod, because what else can you do? Winter, for all its harshness, has granted this village a strange miracle. Meat without panic. For once, the butchers aren't desperate, the customers aren't skeptical, and the dogs aren't rabid with hope. The meat is frozen, yes, but the people, somehow, have thawed. The meal begins with urgency, not hunger, not gratitude, but pure, uncut urgency, the kind that would make a wolf pause and say, "Wow, that's a bit much." You sit at the long, wobbly table with your family, a steaming joint of meat in the center, and absolutely no time to admire it. The children have already started. Your uncle is chewing like he's in a race. Your cousin is eyeing the leg with murder in her heart. You hesitate for half a second, and someone forks your slice. This is not dinner. This is a defensive maneuver. The problem is not the flavor. The problem is not the texture. The problem is time. You've got maybe 30 minutes, 40, if the fire's been good and the air is dry, before that glorious roast turns on you, starts sweating, starts whispering, starts changing color in ways not sanctioned by nature or faith. This is medieval life, where the countdown starts the moment the meat hits the plate. No one explains this. You just learn it. The first time you dally, distracted by a story or a poem, or the tragic shape of a boiled carrot, you're punished. The meat on your plate grows slick. It develops a smell that says, you had your chance. After that, you eat fast. You eat focused. You develop a second set of instincts, part survival, part speed-eating sport. Your aunt slaps the table. Eat while it's hot, she says, which really means eat before it gets ideas. Sometimes the meat is cooked perfectly, juicy, tender, seasoned with something that didn't come out of a suspicious jug. And yet you chew like it's a timed exam, because you know the clock is ticking. Other times the food is already halfway turned. Those are the real tests. You chew faster, not slower. If it's only slightly sour, you chase it with bread and optimism. If it's more than that, you chase it with ale and a prayer. You eat as if outrunning the spoilage can undo it. Guests from the next village once dined with your family. They marveled at the pace. We don't eat like this, they said. We savor. Your family looked at them like they had announced they drink from puddles. The guests didn't finish their portions. The next day, one of them reported a dream involving dancing goats and a choir of pigs. He never visited again. Children are taught the rules young. Eat quickly, chew just enough, and never ask why something tastes tangy unless you want to spend the night with the healer. You remember being 6 years old and watching your cousin eat a sausage too slowly. She didn't notice the change. She didn't smell the shift. By the time she reached the end, the meat had evolved. She spent 3 days seeing colors that weren't invented yet. She speaks in rhymes now. Cold days are better. Winter is a reprieve. The meat stays still, stays obedient, lets you breathe between bites. But even then, you never drop your guard. A single warm breeze through the window and suddenly the roast goose is doing jazz hands. Everyone has their own tricks. Some sprinkle salt on every bite like it's holy water. Others drink vinegar before meals to coat the insides, which sounds like something someone made up to feel brave. You've seen a man stab each piece of meat with his knife 3 times before eating, muttering, "Out, demons." You've also seen that same man eat a pigeon pie that made him briefly forget his own name, so it's hard to say if it works. Leftovers are treated like unexploded ordnance. You wrap them tightly. You hide them deep in the coldest parts of the house. Some bury theirs in snowbanks. Others lower them into wells using baskets and rope, hoping the water spirits will chill them into submission. Most just don't risk it. If it's not gone by sundown, it's gone forever. Sometimes you wonder what it's like in places where people can just eat, sit, talk, laugh, and trust that their meat isn't aging aggressively in front of them. You imagine leisurely meals, courses, wine poured slowly instead of thrown back in fear. You imagine leftovers that don't fight back the next morning. It sounds like magic or madness. But here, eating is a race and a gamble. Every meal is a performance. There's an art to balancing speed and digestion, to finishing just before the meat decides to grow a second skin. You pride yourself on your timing. You can finish a plate of pork stew before it goes philosophical. You once ate an entire rabbit pie in 4 minutes flat. People talk about it like it was a duel. You wipe your mouth with the back of your hand as the last bite goes down. Across the table, your mother looks satisfied, not just because the food's been eaten, but because no one died. That's what passes for culinary success around here. And just as you begin to relax, someone lifts the serving lid on a second dish. It winks. No one moves. Dinner is over. The game resets tomorrow. The market doesn't open so much as explode. Before the bell is done ringing, butchers are already shouting over it, each voice layered atop another in a symphony of desperation, bravado, and raw, meaty capitalism. You step into the square and immediately get hit in the face by a wave of sound, smell, and something wet that might have once been stew or might have once been sentient. Fresh from this morning, one butcher bellows, gesturing toward a table of beef slabs that are technically still steaming. Not yesterday's mistakes like that one selling, he adds, pointing across the aisle at a rival who is too busy throwing chunks of pork at pigeons to notice the slander. Every butcher in the market is trying to outdo the others, not with quality, but with volume. They scream like they're being paid per decibel. One man has hoisted a whole pig onto his shoulders and is parading it around like a meaty victory lap, shouting, "You can still hear it squeal, if you listen with your heart." It's unclear whether the pig was butchered this morning or just deeply meditative. You weave through the chaos, avoiding puddles that glisten ominously and piles of something labeled chicken with a question mark. One booth boasts half-price meat, which might sound like a deal until you realize the other half may have walked away. Another advertises pre-tenderized lamb, which, based on appearance, was tenderized with a cartwheel or a small explosion. A woman tries to hand you a sausage. She doesn't work here. She might not even be from this village. You take it anyway. It seems rude not to. The butchers are relentless. One slaps a bloody slab of veal onto the table and yells, still mooing, as if that's reassuring. Another insists his ducks are nearly legal, whatever that means. You glance under a table and see something shift. You blink. It's gone. Probably a cat. Hopefully a cat. Someone nearby is buying a dozen trotters with the casual confidence of a man who's never had food poisoning. He asks for extra fat. The butcher nods and throws in a bonus handful of something you choose not to identify. There's a sense of theater here, like everyone knows the meat is a gamble and the shouting is part of the ritual. You hear two butchers arguing over whose cow had a better attitude before death. One insists his had dreams. The other counters with, "Mine volunteered." You're not sure who wins, but they shake hands afterward, which somehow makes it worse. You approach a stall labeled Mystery Meats and Sons. There is no sons, just a bearded man wearing a fur apron and a 1,000-yard stare. "Want a sample?" he asks, holding up something skewered that looks like regret on a stick. You say yes. It tastes like spice, smoke, and a hint of panic. You nod appreciatively. He grins and wipes his knife on his shirt, which is also red but not entirely from dye. Children run by, holding string-linked sausages like parade floats. One of them drops hers and picks it up without hesitation. That sausage has now completed its circle of life. You buy one anyway. The market thrives on chaos, but everyone knows the rules. Don't ask what's in the sausage. Don't ask why that ham is twitching. Don't ask what happened to the baker who used to have the stall next to the blood trough. You make eye contact with a merchant holding what might be rabbit or might be luckless cat, and he smiles like you've just shared a secret you didn't mean to know. You see an old woman haggling for a stew bone. The butcher swears it's from a legendary ox. She counters that it's clearly wood. He drops the price and throws in a kidney. She walks away victorious. By noon, the shouting reaches new heights. One man has started rhyming his sales pitch. Another is performing a juggling routine with poultry. No one notices when one goes missing. A goose squawks in protest from somewhere in the crowd. Someone near you sneezes. 3 butchers shout, "Blessings on your cow," and throw in a strip of bacon for free. This is not a place where logic rules. This is a place where instinct and appetite wrestle for control, and flavor is measured in risk. Eventually, you settle on a cut of beef that looks reasonably fresh and only mildly haunted. The butcher wraps it in waxed cloth and blesses it with what might be a spell or might just be indigestion. You hand over your coins and tuck the parcel close like a newborn. This meat has a journey ahead of it, through fire, through sauce, through digestion, and it's your responsibility now. As you leave the market, someone yells that their pork is guaranteed screamless. Another counters, "Ours sang lullabies." Somewhere behind you, something definitely moos or burps. You don't turn around, you just walk faster. The poor don't shop for meat so much as they haunt the aftermath of it. You arrive at the butcher's quarter long after the shouting dies down and the blood rivulets begin to crust over like bitter memories. The best cuts are prevanded, long gone, carried off by merchants, noble stewards, and that one suspiciously well-dressed goat. What remains is a carnivore's riddle: ribs with no meat, knuckles with ambitions, and things that once had names but now only offer texture. The butcher doesn't greet you. He simply gestures to a pile behind the stall. A lumpy heap of bones, sinew, and anonymous matter that may or may not have been part of a recognizable animal. No price is listed. The implication is that if you have to ask, you can't afford better anyway. He calls it soup kit, which is generous. Refuse would be more honest, but less marketable. You nudge the heap with a stick. It wiggles. The butcher shrugs. This is meat for the desperate, where the goal is not flavor or nutrition but caloric legality. A knuckle joint here, a thin sliver of shoulder fat there. These are victories. Your neighbor once found an entire tongue in her parcel. She didn't ask what animal it came from. She just boiled it, salted it, and told her children it was an exotic treat from the north. One of them asked if it was supposed to blink. She told him it was a sign of freshness. Today's haul is modest. You get a cracked rib with 3 attached tendons, 2 vertebrae, and something the butcher assures you was definitely cow. The smell suggests it may also be a time traveler. You hand over a single coin, and he throws in what might be a hoof or a curse. Either way, he seems proud. You carry it home in a damp cloth that leaks both scent and dread. On the walk back, a dog follows you for 6 blocks, then gives up. That's when you realize you've hit rock bottom. Back in your hovel, you present the meat like a prize. Your siblings cheer. One of them asks if the lump is edible. You say yes, with the kind of confidence only hunger can forge. Your mother eyes the bone suspiciously, but begins preparing the fire without comment. She's lived through 5 winters and 2 sieges. She once made stew out of leather and dandelion. This is practically a banquet. The cooking process is less culinary art and more controlled panic. You dunk the bones into boiling water and stir with a stick that doubles as a window prop. The broth darkens slowly, which is promising, though the floating oil slicks form shapes that look increasingly accusatory. Someone drops in a turnip. Someone else adds a pebble for body. You pray the marrow inside the bones hasn't turned to vinegar. Dinner is served in wooden bowls that still smell faintly of soap and regret. The stew is mostly broth, but there's the occasional thrill of texture, chewy bits that may be tendon, gristle, or divine punishment. Your youngest sibling declares it meaty, which earns him a cheer. Your mother smiles for the first time in 3 days. You call the rib the flavor stick. You pass it around like a sacred relic. Everyone takes a turn sucking on it, savoring the memory of what meat once was. It's a ritual, really, a communion. Some families have heirlooms. Yours has a bone. There's talk of using the leftovers tomorrow, reboiling the bones, adding more water, calling it second soup like it's an upgrade instead of a cry for help. You nod solemnly. By the 3rd boil, the broth will taste like whatever you imagine hard enough. Last week, your brother pretended the stew was beef and wept with joy. In the village, there's always a rumor that the wealthy toss out their leftovers, actual chunks of meat discarded like yesterday's bread. Some say they bury them to avoid scandal. Others claim the dogs eat better in the manner than most families do in their own homes. Once, An old man claimed he saw a noblewoman throw away half a roast hen because it looked at her wrong. He's now revered as a prophet and occasionally gets a seat near the fire. Sometimes the butcher takes pity on a widow or a limping child and offers a bonus scrap. This is usually a cube of cartilage or a mystery flap, but it's received like gold. The children race home with it, holding it aloft like it's Excalibur. One time, a girl received a piece so chewy it lasted 3 hours. She still brags about it. The truth is, meat is a privilege wrapped in sinew and luck. For the poor, it's not about flavor, tenderness, or preparation. It's about having something to put in the pot that doesn't float away when stirred. It's about bones that still have a story to tell. It's about pretending the meal is enough when everyone knows it's not. Tonight, you fall asleep with the taste of salt and bone still clinging to your teeth. Your belly isn't full, but it's not empty either. That counts. You dream of fat glistening on roast duck, of chewing without fear, of a market where nothing moves unless you ask it to, and somewhere in the corner of the house, the flavor stick dries by the fire, ready for its next holy dip. You don't need a town guard to watch the butcher's lane. You need a pack of morally ambiguous animals with no respect for personal boundaries and a taste for protein. The butcher's quarter has plenty. Dogs slink beneath tables like furry detectives, sniffing for evidence. Cats perch on barrels and ledges, tails twitching with judicial disapproval. Neither species officially works here, but both act like they own the place. And honestly, they might. The dogs show up first. You spot a wiry terrier with a scar over one eye and the swagger of someone who's tasted ham and knows he'll taste it again. He weaves through legs like he's casing a joint, pausing only to lick something unspeakable off a cobblestone. A bigger dog, possibly half wolf, half sofa cushion, trots after him, panting happily, eyes glazed over in blissful anticipation. He doesn't know what meat is available today, but he knows it's somewhere, and he knows it's his destiny. The butchers pretend not to see them. There are rules, technically. No animals in the meat lane, but there's also reality, and in reality, the dogs enforce their own laws. If a scrap hits the ground, it's no longer for humans. It belongs to the guild of four-legged redistribution agents. You once saw a boy reach for a fallen sausage and lose a mitten. The mitten was never recovered. A week later, you saw a beagle wearing it like a trophy. Cats, of course, have a different approach. They don't scavenge, they audit. There's one that everyone just calls Bishop. He's black, has one white paw, and judges with the intensity of a minor deity. He'll stare at a pile of liver so long the butcher gets nervous and moves it. If meat disappears while Bishop is watching, you don't ask questions. You apologize. A tabby named Mirth prowls the smoked meats like she's selecting a husband. She once dragged off half a duck with the poise of a duchess. When the butcher chased her, she didn't run. She simply turned, stared at him until his soul briefly left his body, and then continued walking. She still visits every Tuesday. Children feed them scraps in exchange for loyalty, or what passes for it in the animal world. A girl named Anika regularly tosses kidney bits to a spaniel who now follows her to church. He once growled at a deacon. The congregation took it as divine insight. The deacon now sits in the back. Sometimes, a butcher will toss out offcuts for the dogs, which is just code for keeping them from organizing. Because dogs in groups become something else. They form plans. They execute maneuvers. You've seen it. One distracts the butcher with a pitiful whine, while the other launches a surprise flank attack on the sausage strings. It's not theft. It's strategy. The cats don't need teams. They simply will meet into their possession. One moment a rabbit carcass is hanging from a hook. The next, it's gone, and a feline tail is disappearing around the corner like a punctuation mark on a heist. You saw it once in real time. It changed. You. There are stories, of course. Legends, really. Tales of a mastiff named Tank who stole an entire pig during the harvest festival and buried it behind the church. Of a cat named Needle who picked through salted herring barrels with surgical precision, rejecting anything too fishy. Of a collie who saved a toddler from choking on a bone by barking at the priest until someone checked. That same collie was later seen licking the priest's roast goose off his plate. Forgiveness, after all, goes both ways. At the end of the day, when the butchers hose down their stalls with buckets of questionably clean water, the animals gather for their final patrol. It's not pretty. There's mud, blood, and the occasional rat that made one too many bold decisions. The dogs go full goblin mode, slurping whatever's left. The cats pick through the remains like disdainful nobility, selecting only the choicest bits of sinew. And yet, somehow, this works. The butcher's lane never suffers a vermin outbreak. No rats, no crows, no meat left to rot in the corners. The animals maintain an equilibrium, a kind of meaty feng shui, ensuring the ecosystem of offal stays in balance. It's even said that some butchers owe their lives to these patrols. One claims a cat warned him of spoiled lamb by refusing to even look at it. Another swears a hound barked moments before a fire broke out, giving him just enough time to save his prized salami rope. That rope now hangs in his shop like a sacred relic, occasionally sniffed by passing retrievers. You find yourself watching them as you walk home, bone parcel in hand, thinking maybe they're more than thieves. Maybe they're guardians, saints in fur coats, spiritual guides with muddy paws. Maybe. Then again, one of them is licking his own butt while walking, so maybe not. There's a pot in your mother's hearth that has not been empty since the feast of St. Gilbert, and no one remembers exactly when that was. The stew inside it is less a meal and more a legacy, passed down, stirred daily, and only partially consumed before more ingredients are added. If it had a name, it would be Tuesday and Regret, though it is also served on Wednesdays, Fridays, and days of mourning. You lift the lid with the reverence of someone opening a tomb, only to be greeted by a puff of steam that smells like boiled decisions. Today's aroma is smoky turnip layered over hints of last week's goose bone, and something you're pretty sure was cabbage 3 days ago. Your older brother once claimed the stew had healing properties. He also claimed to have seen a rat climb out of it and walk upright, so his credibility is under review. The pot never gets fully cleaned. It is rinsed, yes, and sometimes scraped when something begins to form at the bottom that resembles ancient sediment or an angry pudding. But it is never emptied. There's always a ladle's worth of yesterday in every serving, like the ghosts of meals past whispering through the broth. You once found a barley grain that had fossilized. Your sister tried to use it as a bead. Each day brings new additions, a handful of beans, a strip of salted pork that someone swore was still good despite the greenish optimism it displayed, bits of bread, torn and flung in like sacrifices, sometimes an egg, once a dried fish tail that had somehow survived 2 winters in the pantry and now resides at the bottom of the pot, contributing its soul to the flavor profile. Meals are an act of roulette. The stew might taste hearty, or like betrayal, sometimes both. Yesterday's bowl had an earthy sweetness. Today's leans metallic, like someone accidentally dropped a horseshoe in during stirring and decided to roll with it. The youngest child insists every 4th spoonful tastes like apples. There are no apples in the house. You sit around the fire with your family, wooden bowls in hand, and pretend to chew something meaningful. Conversation during stew night is limited, mostly because everyone's afraid of accidentally biting down on a surprise. Your cousin once chipped a tooth on a chicken knuckle that hadn't fully surrendered to the boiling. He now uses that tooth as a weather charm. Your father claims the stew is a symbol of endurance. Your mother calls it efficient. The neighbor's boy called it a curse, and then mysteriously stopped visiting. Even the local priest once hesitated when offered a bowl, blessing it 3 times before taking a bite and muttering something about spiritual warfare. Still, it feeds everyone. No matter how thin, how suspicious the chunks, how dubious the smells that waft out when the lid creaks open, it sustains. Children grow up on it. Old men swear by it. The midwife says it helped her through the famine of 12, though she may have also developed a twitch. The pot itself is legendary, blackened by 1,000 fires, dented from being used as both cookware and self-defense. It holds its position on the hearth like a throne. The handles squeak. The base is slightly uneven, giving the stew a slow, clockwise swirl that some claim aids digestion. Others say it's the pot trying to flee. Your neighbor Gerda once tried to start a new stew pot. Clean slate, fresh ingredients, a bold leap into unknown culinary territory. It lasted 2 days before she gave up and asked to borrow a ladleful from your families. She called it flavor seeding, like the pot had yeast-like starter properties. It didn't. It just tasted better because your stew had 20 years of despair in it. There's a myth that someone once finished the pot, cleaned it out, washed it with lye, scrubbed it with straw, and started anew. They say his family disowned him. His cows stopped giving milk. The butcher refused him entry. Meat turned sour in his presence. He now lives alone, east of the woods, making single-serving soups no one wants to eat. Your own relationship with the pot is complicated. On the one hand, it has never failed to provide. On the other, it might be alive. Sometimes it bubbles when no fire is lit beneath it. Sometimes it creaks, like it's thinking. You've had dreams where it calls your name. Tonight, you lift a ladle and pour yourself a helping. The stew pours slowly, thick with experience. A chunk lands in your bowl with a sound like resignation. You chew, it's chewy. You swallow, it's gone. You feel fed and vaguely warned. The pot bubbles again, softly, as if to say, "I'll be here tomorrow." He slices through a haunch of venison with the flourish of a man who thinks he's being watched. And to be fair, he is. The crowd outside his stall isn't really here for the meat. They're here for the show. They lean in, mouths half open, as if they're watching a fire juggler or a bear on stilts. It's not every day you see someone butcher a goose while winking at a widow and humming a drinking song. You're not even sure what brought you here. One moment you were walking past, the next you were sucked into the gravitational pull of his ego. He's tall, or at least trying to be, with sleeves rolled to the elbow to show off biceps that may or may not be real. His apron is stained in a way that suggests a fondness for drama over soap, and his cleaver gleams like it's been polished more recently than his teeth. He doesn't cut so much as perform. The meat hits the block, and he spins the knife, once, twice, then brings it down with a thwack that sends bits flying dangerously close to nearby produce. A boy holding a turnip ducks instinctively. The turnip is not so lucky. The butcher doesn't notice, or he does and chooses to let it become part of the spectacle. Either way, the turnip is now evidence. You realize he hasn't looked down once. He's talking as he carves, narrating his movements like a minstrel at a tavern. Ah, the lamb shank, tender as a sin, and twice as tempting. He slides it across the counter to a stunned customer who hadn't asked for lamb, but accepts it anyway because denying him feels like breaking a spell. Somewhere near the back, a girl fans herself with a cabbage leaf. The knives never stop moving. At one point, he tosses one into the air and catches it by the handle without flinching. You're not sure whether to applaud or run. His assistant, a youth who looks like he's aged a decade since morning, winces every time the man turns with a flourish. He's probably seen things. He probably has scars in the shape of pork ribs. There is no scale at this stall. No weighing. The butcher decides the cost based on what he thinks the meat deserves, or possibly how amused he is by your haircut. A merchant asked for 6 sausages earlier and got 4 and a speech about destiny. She left confused but vaguely honored. He seasons mid-sentence, tossing salt over his shoulder and directly into someone's open basket. He apologizes with a grin, then hands them a sliver of smoked ham as compensation. They leave with no memory of what they came for. You suspect he could sell a bone with bite marks on it and convince someone it's a rare delicacy from the southern swamps. Hygiene, as a concept, exists elsewhere. He wipes his hands on his apron, then runs them through his hair, then uses the same hand to pass a slice of cured meat to a passerby. They eat it anyway. There's an aura here that makes you forget the rules of food safety and remember only that meat can be magic if spun the right way. You once saw him pull a pig's foot from a barrel and kiss it before trimming the fat. You didn't question it. You clapped. It's not that the meat is especially good. It's adequate, at best. But the experience is unforgettable. There's a sense that if you walk away now, you might miss something. A new catchphrase, a backflip, a spontaneous poetry reading over a rack of ribs. One time he threw a chicken into the air and caught it dressed. You didn't ask how. You don't want to. No. There's a rumor that he used to be part of a traveling troupe of entertainers who got kicked out of 3 villages for setting the mayor's cloak on fire. Others say he was once a noble's cook, exiled for making the Duchess fall in love with a perfectly buttered cutlet. Some believe he's never killed anything in his life, that all the meat simply appears, summoned by charisma and a goat skull he keeps under the table. He doesn't deny any of it. You order something just to see what happens. You ask for beef, and he stares into your soul. A bold choice, he says, as if you've just declared war. He picks up a slab, spins it like a coin, and carves it mid-air. The cut lands on the counter without a sound. You blink. He nods solemnly. That's the piece that saw spring. You hand him your coin. He doesn't count it. He bites it. Then he smiles and hands you the meat wrapped in paper that may or may not have once been a sermon. You step away slowly, unsure whether you've bought dinner or joined a cult. Maybe both. Behind you, the crowd shifts. He's already tossing another blade in the air. The assistant ducks. Someone yells for duck. The butcher points with his elbow and says, "Quack confirmed." Laughter erupts. You're not sure why, but you laugh too. He guards his shop like a dragon squatting atop a mound of bones and suspiciously small sausage links. You've never seen a man look so offended by the concept of generosity. To him, every scrap of meat is a sacred relic, every chicken foot a potential heirloom. He doesn't so much sell meat as release it reluctantly, and only after prolonged negotiation, intense squinting, and a muttered prayer to the god of profit margins. The miser butcher doesn't speak often, but when he does, it's to correct your pronunciation of fatback or to lecture on the inherent spiritual value of calf knuckles. He once refused to part with a pig's ear because he claimed it still had sentimental value. "This one heard the coronation," he said, stroking it like a relic. You didn't ask whose coronation. You didn't ask again. His shop smells like vinegar, regret, and ambition. There are bones on display, cleaned, bleached, stacked like firewood, and each one has a price, a real price. You ask what they're for, and he says medicinal chewing. You ask who chews them, and he says those who understand pain. You nod like you do. You don't. Nothing gets thrown away here. If a cut is too small to sell, it becomes a tasting portion. If it's turned, it's aged. If it's green, it's seasoned with nature. Even the scraps that would make a rat gag are swept into a bucket labeled future product. You once saw him grind hoof shavings and put them in a jar labeled spice. Marrow, he insists, is the miracle of the animal world. He's not entirely wrong, but the way he says it, you'd think it cures blindness and polishes brass. He's got vials of the stuff, some fresh, some fossilized, lining his back wall like potions. When he's in a generous mood, which is rare and accompanied by a thunderclap, he'll smear some on a crust of bread and pass it to a child like he's granting a wish. The child always eats it. The child never smiles. He talks about meat like it's a war story. This joint came from a pig that kicked, he tells you one day, handing over something leathery. You can taste the vengeance. You can also taste the salt, a lot of salt, enough to make you question your tongue's continued employment. But you nod and thank him because that's what everyone does. No one dares insult the man who once claimed gristle was the philosopher's cut. He doesn't advertise. He doesn't need to. People come for the experience as much as the food. They come to see the man who sells ribs without meat and still calls it a bargain. They come to hear him whisper to the cold cuts. They come to watch him shave the fuzz off a questionable ham and then wrap it in linen like a mummy. You've seen it. You've smelled it. You've bought it. His knife is small, thin, and looks like it's seen better centuries. He sharpens it with a rock that might be older than sin. Cuts are careful, controlled, miserly in every sense. He trims fat with the intensity of a man carving a confession into a stone wall. He saves every sliver. They go in a jar. Later, they become lard pearls. He charges double for them at winter markets. He hates waste. He's said it 100 times. He says it like a curse, like someone once wasted a ham in front of him and he's never emotionally recovered. You believe it. He once chased a boy down the street because he dropped a piece of sausage. The boy still limps. The sausage was recovered. When meat goes bad, and it does, because time is cruel, he doesn't toss it. He dries it, smokes it, buries it in herbs, and sells it as fortified. He claims it strengthens the blood and softens the joints. You've tried it. It does soften things. Morale, mostly. His prices fluctuate based on mood, season, and how much he dislikes you. One day, a sheep's tongue is 2 pennies. The next it's 4, but you get a wink and a story about a monk who used it to compose hymns. It's not about the meat. It's about the mythology. The miser butcher doesn't just sell you a thing. He sells you the idea that maybe, just maybe, you don't understand meat like he does. And maybe you don't. You leave with a pouch of something vaguely animal, a story about goat dreams, and a vague sense that you've either been blessed or conned, possibly both. You look at the smooth bone he slipped into your hand for luck. It gleams like a pearl, hollow and whisper thin. You ask yourself if it's worth it. Then you return the next day for more. The pious butcher does not cut meat. He delivers it. With ceremony, reverence, and a blade so blessed, it's been mistaken for a holy relic. You watch him from a cautious distance, because you've learned that standing too close to righteousness with blood on it comes with splash risk. He begins his day with a sermon, facing the pig carcass as if it's a stubborn sinner. He crosses himself, then the pig, then the knife, then the floor for good measure. Then he closes his eyes, whispers a prayer that includes the word smite, and a brief tangent about temptation, and finally makes the first incision. It's a slow cut, reverent, each slice accompanied by a muttered blessing and a backward glance at the sky to make sure heaven is still watching. You're not sure if he's asking forgiveness or requesting divine guidance on where to slice through the cartilage. Either way, the meat makes it to the block eventually. Mostly, he claims the Holy Spirit helps guide his hand. It may explain why the cuts are uneven, and one chicken breast you bought from him still had the feather follicle attached. He insists it's a sign of what he won't say. He wears an apron embroidered with verses. His cleaver is inscribed with the phrase, "Ye shall not boil a kid in its mother's milk," which has very little relevance to modern cuts of lamb. But he says it sets the tone. There's incense burning in the corner, frankincense. Or maybe it's just dried basil. Either way, it's failing to mask the smell of 4-day-old liver. He talks to the meat like a priest, giving last rites. You served in life, and now you serve again, he says to a cow tongue as he lifts it onto the display table. The tongue flops in agreement. You consider vegetarianism. Briefly, maggots are a known enemy of the trade, but to the pious butcher, they are agents of temptation. He does not swat them. He exorcises them. Back, "Foul spirits," he shouts, waving his hand in a holy flourish that sends 3 into the stew pot and 1 into your sleeve. He apologizes for that and offers to absolve your wrist. You decline. His customers are divided. The devout adore him. They claim his sausage links bring good luck and better dreams. The skeptical buy from him anyway, because he's cheaper than the miser and more reliable than the juggler who sells pork while balancing hawks on his forehead. You, however, are simply here for the theater. He has rules. You may not ask for meat on Fridays, not because of fish traditions, but because Friday is the day of reflection and fasting. You may not insult a cut of meat. Once, a boy sneered at a chicken thigh and was hit with a 6-minute sermon about humility. You may not haggle. It is written, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's discount." He stores his meat in wooden crates labeled with saint names. Street Agnes holds poultry. Street Bartholomew is for ribs. Street Cuthbert contains something that may have once been a rabbit. The labeling system makes no sense, but he claims it's spiritually compartmentalized. The butcher himself is a man of lean build and wide eyes. He has the look of someone who hasn't blinked since Epiphany and may have eaten scripture. He once claimed to have seen a vision in a leg of lamb. You ask what it was. "Forgiveness," he says, then slices off a portion and hands it to you as if it's a communion wafer. His hands are always clean, miraculously so. Despite working in blood, grease, and organs, he somehow manages to look like he's just been washed by angels. The mystery deepens when you notice he never uses water. "Blessed cloth," he says, holding up a rag that smells like rosemary and eternal doubt. He hums hymns while he works. You recognize none of them. One sounds suspiciously like a lullaby, and the other has the cadence of a battle chant. Still, the rhythm is consistent, and somehow the meat lands in neat rows, even if they're not aligned with any known anatomical logic. Once, a customer returned a sausage, claiming it smelled possessed. The pious butcher took it back solemnly, held it aloft, and said a full litany over it before feeding it to his dog. The dog now walks with a limp and has been renamed Lazarus. You leave the shop with a wrapped parcel, a fresh crucifix doodled in chalk on your forearm, and a vague sense of guilt you didn't know you needed to feel. The meat is heavy, oddly shaped, and suspiciously warm, but you've been assured it's blessed for the pan and the soul. You nod and try not to think about the whispering you heard as it was wrapped. Behind you, the pious butcher returns to his work. The blade glints. A choir of flies buzzes nearby, ignored. He whispers something to the next haunch of beef, crosses himself again, and begins anew. He is a butcher, but first, he is a believer, and somewhere under the layers of sanctimony and salami, you start to believe too. Just a little. The village has a new apprentice butcher. You can tell because the screaming hasn't stopped since dawn, and there's a trail of questionable meat bits leading from the cart to the chopping block, like breadcrumbs for a very confused wolf. His name is Tobin, though everyone under 30 in the trade is called Boy until they've lost either a finger or all hope. Tobin, unfortunately, is about to lose both. You arrive just in time to see him attempting to hoist half a pig onto a hook with the grace of a sleep-deprived stork. He misjudges the weight, physics files for divorce, and the entire thing topples back onto him with a wet slap that echoes off the church bell like a medieval punchline. From beneath the carcass, you hear, "I'm fine," followed by a distinctly less convincing, "I think." The master butcher, a man built like a boiled ham and only slightly more patient, emerges from behind a curtain of hanging sausages with a scowl so sharp it could tenderize. He surveys the scene, Tobin flailing under pork, the hook swinging wildly, the floor now hosting what might have once been stew, meat but is now just sadness, and mutters something that could be Latin or just a string of angry chewing noises. Tobin finally extricates himself, only to immediately trip over a bucket of brine, which tips and floods the floor with the salt content of a Viking's tears. He tries to mop it with a rag, but the rag turns out to be a discarded liver. He wipes his face with it anyway. You stare at him, and he stares back with the panicked look of someone who's just realized he's seasoning himself. The real disaster begins when they hand him a cleaver. There is a moment, brief, sacred, like the silence before a storm, where everyone watches to see what he'll do. Tobin lifts the cleaver high, squints at a slab of bacon like it's a math problem, and brings the blade down with all the force and coordination of a startled goat. There is a wet thunk, a scream, and then total silence. He's hit his thumb. Not cleanly, not enough to remove it, just enough to ensure it will never be the same again. The meat is untouched. The cleaver is stuck halfway through the cutting board. Tobin is pale, sweating, and holding up his hand like it's suddenly foreign, whispering, "It moved. I swear it moved." The master butcher sighs so deeply you feel it in your bones. He doesn't shout. He simply turns, picks up a linen cloth, and begins wrapping the apprentice's thumb with the calm resignation of a man who has done this too many times to count. "First blood," he says, not unkindly. "It's traditional." Tobin nods, still in shock, and mutters something about the bacon being aggressive. He is gently pushed to the back room, where he will sit for the next hour staring at a wall and reconsidering his life choices. You follow out of morbid curiosity and find that the first aid station consists of a stool, a stale biscuit, and a large jug of what might be vinegar or floor cleaner. Tobin drinks it without asking. In his absence, the master butcher resumes the day's work. The meat must be sliced, the customers must be lied to, and the dog must be convinced not to run off with a kidney again. But Tobin is not forgotten. Every so often, someone yells, "You still alive back there?" And he replies with a soft, "Mostly." The other apprentices, 2 older boys and 1 girl who's already missing a knuckle and wears it like a badge, take turns offering advice. One suggests wrapping the thumb in fat back to speed healing. Another claims chanting St. Crispin's rib 3 times makes wounds close faster. The girl says nothing but hands him a chicken foot for luck. It's unclear whether she means it. Later, Tobin returns, bandaged, humbled, and slightly pickled from whatever mystery fluid he drank. He approaches the block again, this time with the hesitant reverence of a man about to duel the ghost of his thumb. He lifts a smaller knife, one barely larger than a paring blade, and attempts to trim fat from a haunch. It goes well, if you define well as no blood on the walls. He grins. Then he sneezes, slips, and knocks the ham clean into a barrel of vinegar. The crowd, which has grown because nothing draws attention like apprentice suffering, erupts into applause. Someone starts taking bets on how many digits he'll have left by week's end. A monk in the back mutters a prayer. The cat steals a sausage, and no one stops it. You step back and watch as Tobin retrieves the vinegar-drenched ham with a grimace and a shrug. "Guess it's pickled now," he says, trying for a joke, and someone laughs, possibly at him, possibly with him. It doesn't matter. What matters is that the boy's still standing, bleeding, bruised, slightly marinated, but standing. And in this town, that's how legends start, or at least stew recipes. The sun isn't up yet, but you are. You're standing outside a butcher's stall that smells faintly of damp fur and very boldly of regret. A sign above the door reads, "Sir, Godfrey's Cured Curiosities," and below that, hand-painted in shaky ink, "Innovations in Meat Preservation. Ask about the ale hog." You hesitate, unsure if this is a place of commerce or a prank that got wildly out of hand. You go in anyway. Godfrey greets you with the grin of a man who's spent too much time with his own ideas and not enough time with consequences. He's wearing a smock stained with what you can only assume is a blend of pork fat, ambition, and mild madness. He slaps a slab of beef on the counter with such force that it lets out a wheeze. "Observe," he says, gesturing as though he's unveiling a miracle. cured in beer, pale ale, to be exact, imported from 2 villages over. You lean closer. The meat smells bubbly. Not rotten, exactly, but not rotten either. It smells like a tavern carpet that's seen things and told no one. Godfrey sees your expression and beams. Yes, fermentation. Nature's gift. The monks do it with grapes and bread. Why not brisket? You ask him how the experiment is going. He sighs like a martyr and gestures to a row of barrels. One is labeled lamb lager, another goat stout, and the third, ominously, just reads, "From inside, the barrels come sounds, some gurgle, one hums." A priest was called after the third began singing in Latin. Godfrey's theory, he explains, is simple. If alcohol preserves the spirit, surely it can preserve the flesh. This theory has not been well received by the clergy, especially after a rather delicate incident involving a shipment of pork sausages accidentally delivered to the convent's midday meal. The nuns reportedly giggled through vespers and tried to convert a passing goose. But the villagers are curious, and by curious, they mean skeptical but hungry. A few brave souls have purchased the beer-bathed beef. One man claimed it gave him visions of St. Cuthbert playing the lute. Another said it made his left foot go numb, but in a pleasant way. No one has died, though one fellow has taken to speaking only in riddles after consuming the ale-hog brisket, and now lives under a bridge charging tolls made of onions. Godfrey pulls out a roast that looks entirely too shiny. This one's been steeped in honey mead, tastes like meat pie and regret. He cuts a slice and offers it. Against your better judgment, you take a bite. It's sweet, too sweet, like meat that went to a masquerade and forgot to take its sugar mask off. There's a hint of rosemary and a stronger hint of, was that a bubble? Behind you, a pig snorts. You turn. The pig is standing by a keg labeled Pilsner pork and appears to be drunk. Its eyes are glassy, its gait is wobbly, and it's trying to climb a stool. She fell in, Godfrey mutters, rubbing his temple. Wasn't meant to happen, but now I can't get her out. She seems content. The pig oinks like it just heard a funny joke in German. You ask what happens next. Godfrey brightens. Expansion. I've drawn plans for a full tavern meadery hybrid. We'll serve ales and meats, some of which may be both. Picture it. Ham hocks on tap, mutton shots, the boozy brisket banquet. You ask if this is legal. Godfrey laughs, which is not a reassuring sound. Then comes the priest. He storms in, holding a sausage like it's a cursed artifact. Explain this, he demands, waving it with the authority of someone who's been forced to perform 3 emergency exorcisms in the same week. Godfrey smiles nervously. Ah yes, the blessed banger. Soaked it in monk ale. May have used too many cloves. The priest smells it and swoons a little. It smells holy. He frowns. And also like last Thursday. The pig burps. You try to leave but are waylaid by a customer. A farmer with an eye patch who orders a pint of beef strips and a splash of stout juice. Good for the joints, he explains. And I hear it keeps rats away. Godfrey packages the meat in parchment and sends the man on his way with a smile and a sample labeled experimental poultry and cider. You suspect the word experimental is doing far too much work. By now, you've seen too much to unsee. You watch as Godfrey carefully ladles an oxtail into a cauldron of dark porter, adds a sprig of sage, and whispers something that might be a hymn or might be an apology. He notices your concern. It's all part of the process, he assures you. If it doesn't hiss, it's not marinating. You nod slowly. The pig has passed out. You leave before the meat starts talking. At dawn, the butcher's lane sounds like a battlefield and smells like one too, if that battlefield had been fought with pigs instead of swords. You arrive just in time to witness the ceremonial clanging of cleavers against wooden blocks, a tradition practiced loudly and without rhythm. The sun hasn't fully crested the hills, but meat is already flying through the air like a bizarre protein meteor shower. Somewhere, A rooster crows. It's quickly drowned out by the wet thunk of a cow leg hitting the chopping board. You step cautiously through the mud, or at least you hope it's mud, and dodge a wheelbarrow stacked with pig ribs and ambition. The butchers are already at it, half-dressed, half awake, and fully aggressive. One wears only an apron and sandals, as though he's wandered out mid-dream and decided to just roll with it. He's talking to a side of beef like it owes him money. Another is sharpening his knife with such theatrical flair that you wonder if he charges extra for interpretive butchering. This is the morning rush, a ritual as sacred as Mass and twice as bloody. The town doesn't run on time. It runs on meat, and if it doesn't get hacked into manageable chunks before the church bell rings, all hell breaks loose. Bakers can wait, smiths can wait, but if Marjorie doesn't get her sausages by prime, there will be screaming. And, possibly, a curse. You edge past a boy carrying a bucket of something that sloshes ominously. He trips, rights himself, and doesn't spill a drop, which means he's either very good or it was already empty. Behind him, a pig's head rolls off a table with a casual plop. A dog lunges for it, misses, and lands in a crate of turnips. No one notices. Or maybe they do, but this is just Tuesday. The butcher nearest you has hands like tree roots and a beard that appears to be storing last night's dinner. He slams down a ham so hard the table groans, then turns to greet you like you're interrupting a seance. "You here for cuts or bones?" he barks. You open your mouth to answer, but before sound escapes, he throws a haunch onto a scale and nods. You look like a suet person. The rest of the morning is a blur of limbs, both human and animal. A chicken is defeathered with the urgency of a fire drill. A sheep's carcass is flipped like a pancake. Somewhere near the back, an apprentice accidentally saws through a stool. No one stops. The rhythm of the morning rush is unrelenting, fueled by caffeine, cold air, and the shared understanding that if the meat isn't prepped now, it will go funny by midday and revolt by sundown. The roosters watch from the rooftops, visibly unsettled. One flaps down onto a pile of salted pork and lets out a cry of protest. A butcher tosses him a scrap in apology. The rooster accepts it and retreats to the chimney, where he can process what he's just seen and update his will. And then, miraculously, order begins to emerge from the carnage. Racks fill with neatly stacked ribs. Sausages, somehow, are strung like festive garlands across beams. Tubs of blood are wheeled away to the mysterious pudding man, whose face no one remembers but who always seems to appear when organs are involved. The apprentices, pale and slightly trembling, mop the floor with rags that might once have been shirts. The sun breaks through the clouds, like it's trying to help but isn't sure how. You're handed a package you didn't ask for, wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. "Try the liver," the butcher says. "It's from a happy cow." You raise an eyebrow. He shrugs. "Well, happier than the rest. It died indoors." Villagers begin to arrive like clockwork, holding baskets and hope. Old women argue over ox tongues. Children beg for marrow bones, claiming it's for their mother's soup and not, as everyone knows, for drawing on the church walls. Deals are struck with handshakes and nods. A man trades 3 eggs and a song for a lamb shank. He's a terrible singer. He gets 2 shanks. A bell rings, not the church one, but the butcher's own. A bent horseshoe on a string. It signals the end of the morning rush. The stall's quiet. Knives are wiped. Elbows are unbloodied with burlap. The meat that remains is either too strange or too tough to move fast, and it will linger until someone desperate enough or drunk enough. It comes looking for it. You walk away with your package, stomach turning slightly from the aroma of 10 different animals intermingling like a strange, meaty choir. Behind you, a butcher throws a cleaver into a stump and sighs the sigh of a man who has battled chaos and emerged victorious, albeit covered in spleen. Another sips something from a cup labeled broth that smells suspiciously like ale. As you leave the lane, the roosters crow again. You glance back to see them perched above the stalls, watching like tiny feathered gods of judgment. One of them clucks once and turns away. You're not sure if it's approval or a warning. By noon, the butcher's lane has turned into a battlefield of smells. The sun hangs directly overhead like it's personally offended by your decision to be alive today, and every slab of meat, every puddle of blood, every grease-slicked table radiates a stench so thick you could lean on it. The flies certainly do. They're out in full force, dancing in swirling, buzzing masses like tiny winged choirs, rehearsing a requiem you didn't ask to attend. You step into the lane and instantly regret it. The air is a rich stew of odor, coppery blood, sweet rot, hot fat, and something that might be duck, but also might be tragedy. There's a distinct note of desperation, like the scent of dreams deferred and entrails misplaced. You try breathing through your mouth, but it tastes worse than the air smells, so now you're just inhaling anxiety and regret. A woman nearby waves her shawl in wide, panicked arcs, as if attempting to redirect the very atmosphere. It's not working. The flies view the gesture as a performance and buzz accordingly. Her husband holds a handkerchief to his face, looking like he's preparing to rob a monastery. A child gags dramatically beside a wheelbarrow of offal and is quietly applauded by a nearby apprentice who recognizes talent. The butchers continue unfazed. Noon is not a time for hesitation. It's the final push before meat goes from questionable to absolutely not. Their hands move quickly, slapping, carving, scooping, and, occasionally, swatting. You spot one butcher working with a chicken in one hand and a fly swatter in the other. He alternates between cutting and whacking, never breaking rhythm. It's almost beautiful. Almost. You edge past a table where sausage links glisten in the sun like edible ropes of doom. The smell hits you like a sermon, intense, moralistic, and guilt-inducing. A fly lands on one of the sausages, thinks about its life, then immediately keels over. The butcher picks it off with 2 fingers and continues stacking the links with the focus of a man who's given up on everything except meat. Behind him, a barrel of something briny bubbles ominously. You're told it's pickled mutton, though it looks like it might fight back. The lid wobbles slightly, as if offended. A young lad approaches with a spoon and dips it in. He sniffs, goes pale, and then mumbles something about serving it to the priest as a holy test. Around the corner, the town crier has given up trying to compete with the butcher's yelling and is now assisting with cleanup, dragging off cuts that didn't sell before they achieved sentience. He wears gloves and a look of spiritual defeat. You briefly lock eyes, and he gives you a nod that says, "We've seen too much, friend." You find yourself trapped between 2 stalls, one selling smoked eel, the other cow parts assorted, a label vague enough to cause emotional damage. The butcher behind the cow stall is using a fan made from dried pig ears. It's ineffective but horrifyingly committed. His beard is soaked, and every third word he says is unintelligible due to the buzzing cloud hovering around his mouth. The flies here aren't regular flies. They're enormous, well-fed, and organized. Some hover like guards, others swarm like spies. One seems to be conducting the others with a severed chicken feather. They land on every surface, including people. You swat at one and miss. It swats back. A woman shrieks as a slab of liver slips from the counter and hits the ground with a splatter that echoes down the lane like an accusation. A dog immediately sprints in, grabs it, and vanishes under a cart, chased by 3 children and a butcher wielding a cleaver and a grudge. No one wins, especially not the liver. Still, the villagers continue to shop, because they have to. You overhear one bargaining for a haunch of pork that smells like philosophy. She insists it's fine once boiled. The butcher agrees. You both know it's a lie. Another man asks if the beef has been blessed. The butcher answers, "By time." That's not comforting. A breeze blows in, offering a brief reprieve from the olfactory siege. For a moment, you can almost believe in things like hope, hygiene, and citrus. Then the breeze shifts, and the smell of boiled tripe slams into your soul like a tax audit. You stagger, recover, and realize the tripe is being stirred in a cauldron the size of a grave. An old man offers you a bowl. You decline so fast you pull something in your neck. As the bell tolls for midday prayer, the butchers pause for exactly 3 seconds, just long enough to mumble an apology to their gods or victims, then resume. It's an unholy ballet, a greasy frenzy, a ritual of meat and sweat and resignation. You escape the lane, reeking of everything and understanding nothing. Your clothes are stained, your nose is broken, spiritually if not physically. Your appetite is a distant memory, and behind you, the choir of flies swells again. Harmony, in its most revolting form, as the sun begins its slow descent into the muddy horizon, casting the butcher's lane in the kind of golden light that would be romantic if not for the overwhelming scent of despair and old tripe. You realize you've wandered straight into the dreaded hour of clearance. This is the time when butchers, battered by a full day of shouting, chopping, and blood-based exfoliation, begin shouting louder, chopping faster, and offering deals that make you question whether they're trying to sell meat or just get it out of their sight before it walks away on its own. The signage shifts from modest to frantic. Chalkboards that once read, "Today's special," are hastily rubbed out and rewritten with phrases like, "must go," "still warm," and discounts so good they might be cursed. A chunk of something vaguely bovine is being marketed as dinner for 4 if you boil it right. You don't ask what it is, you've learned. Butchers lean over their stalls like carnival barkers, flinging words like cleavers. Half price on kidney. Buy 1 spleen, get a second one, no questions asked. One ambitious lad waves a ladle full of stew meat and promises it's only slightly fermented. Behind him, a cauldron bubbles ominously, possibly in defiance. A man nearby is bartering aggressively over what appears to be a bag of assorted animal parts. He wants a discount because the ears are crunchy already. The butcher insists that's just natural aging. Neither backs down. It's like watching 2 roosters argue over a moldy worm. Eventually, the butcher throws in a pig's tail as a peace offering, and the deal is sealed with a handshake that should legally require a glove. There's no dignity here, only strategy. You watch one customer pretend to gag at a rack of mutton just long enough for the vendor to panic and lower the price. She then snaps up the entire rack like a wolf in a bonnet, grinning with all the subtlety of a highwayman. Children dart between stalls with coins clutched in fists, shouting for the good blood sausage, while dogs circle, waiting for something, anything, to fall. A small black terrier snatches a goat knuckle off the edge of a display and disappears into the shadows, presumably to become mayor of wherever it's going. As you edge past a booth offering mystery stew for a suspiciously round price, the butcher locks eyes with you and says, "No bones, I swear." He does not blink. You do not stop. The meat at this hour takes on a personality of its own. You pass what's labeled as day-aged pork, which seems like a polite way of saying has considered going bad but hasn't fully committed. A slab of something purporting to be veal lets out a noise when moved. Not a squeal exactly, more of a resignation sigh. A customer pokes it, shrugs, and buys it anyway, muttering that a good stew pot hides all sins. A group of elderly women form a perimeter around a rack of ox tongues, debating cooking methods and gossiping about the priest's new boots. One lifts a tongue to her nose, sniffs, and declares, "Could be worse." This is taken as high praise. She pays in buttons and 2 eggs. The butcher nods solemnly. In this hour, bartering becomes increasingly creative. The blood troughs are fuller than they should be, and nobody's quite sure whose blood it is anymore. It's just blood, a communal contribution to the butcher's ecosystem. A kid slips in it and immediately blames his sister. She responds by flinging a lamb bone at him. It hits a passing cat. The cat doesn't care. You pause near a stall where a teenage apprentice is desperately trying to rebrand leftover sheep parts as artisan cuts. He's rearranged them into a smiley face and added a garnish of something green, possibly moss. You ask if it's parsley. He says he hopes so. Somewhere down the lane, someone starts playing a lute, and for a moment, everything feels almost pleasant. Then you realize it's not a lute. It's a man banging two rib bones together in rhythm, chanting, 3 for a penny, 3 for a penny, like a meat-themed Pied Piper. Children follow him, enchanted. Adults pretend not to. You make your way toward a closing stall, where the final scraps are being sold from a single bucket labeled dinner roulette. The butcher shrugs as he ladles the contents into a customer's cloth sack. Could be anything, he says, but it's meat, probably. The customer nods and tosses him a coin. You wonder if hope has a flavor. The sky deepens to bruised plum, and the final bell of the market rings. It sounds less like a chime and more like a warning. Butchers begin covering their tables with cloths, some out of routine, others to conceal what's crawling. A few throw the remaining cuts to the dogs, who accept their reward with reverence and wild-eyed gratitude. One vendor wipes his knife on his apron, takes a long swig of something brown and flammable, and mutters, "Not bad today. Only 2 complaints and 1 chicken theft." He doesn't specify if the chicken was alive or not. You step back from the carnage and commerce, stomach uncertain, pockets lighter, and senses overwhelmed. The butcher's lane, at evening's end, is a fever dream wrapped in a grease-stained apron. You feel a strange mix of triumph and nausea, like surviving a fairground ride built entirely from bone saws and false promises. And as you turn to leave, someone shouts, "Last call on trotters, half off, still kicking." You don't look back. Some things are better left behind. The feast day begins at dawn, as all proper medieval traditions do. Loudly, and with someone already halfway drunk on honey wine. You wake to the distant sound of church bells and closer shouts of, "Hold him still," followed by a squeal that is not at all human. It's pig day, festival day. A sacred combination of sanctity and sausage. The entire village is vibrating with excitement, panic, and the grim knowledge that today's joy must be wrestled from something squealing and soon to be sizzling. You follow the crowd toward the center of the village, pulled by the scent of wood smoke and anticipation, and also by the sight of Father Henrik waving a ladle like a weapon. A makeshift pen has been erected beside the chapel. Inside, 3 pigs pace nervously, clearly aware they are the guests of honor and that the honor is short-lived. Children gather around the pen, pointing and arguing over which one looks tastiest. One particularly sharp-eyed boy claims the spotted one looks like it's already seasoned. The butcher arrives like a minor celebrity, apron already stained, cleaver in hand, wearing the expression of a man who knows he has about 30 seconds to appear both jolly and competent. Someone cheers. Someone else slips in pig droppings and is promptly laughed at. The festival has officially begun. The pigs are dispatched in an efficient, not at all traumatic manner, assuming your definition of trauma is incredibly broad. The meat is hauled away while the blood is collected in a bucket that will, by nightfall, be transformed into black pudding, a culinary marvel that manages to be both revered and feared. Old women circle around it already, gossiping and planning recipes. You hear one say, "Add cloves," and nobody notices the irony. By mid-morning, fires blaze in nearly every yard. Smoke wafts skyward like prayers from a meat-loving people. Every household contributes to the feast. Pies, roasts, stews, ribs, and things stuffed into other things until anatomy becomes a suggestion. The scent alone could convert a monk. Spices appear from secret drawers, brought out only for holy occasions. Cinnamon, clove, maybe even pepper, if someone's uncle didn't drink the entire spice trade budget last solstice. You're handed a bowl of something grayish-brown that you're told is festival stew, which could mean anything from pork shoulder to squirrel, but it smells divine and contains visible chunks of joy. A child beside you gnaws on a skewer of charred meat and declares it the best part of the pig. Despite clearly not knowing which part that is, no one corrects him. Confidence is part of the seasoning. By noon, tables groan under the weight of celebratory dishes. There's a roast so large it has its own bench, a platter of sausages the size of a bishop's arm, trotters glazed with honey and arranged in a pattern meant to resemble a cross but mostly resembling panic. People gather in clusters, shouting over one another and passing plates with the urgency of the end times. You witness two grown men nearly come to blows over a particularly crispy skin. Peace is restored only when a third man produces a spare one from his pocket, which raises its own set of questions. Children dash about with meat rolls in one hand and apple tarts in the other. Dogs slink through the crowd like seasoned pickpockets, one emerging from under a bench with half a ham and a guilty tail wag. No one stops it. The butcher laughs and says, "That's his payment." The dog winks. "Probably." Father Henrik gives a brief blessing over the main table, his words muffled by a DR, mouthful of cured pork. "May the Lord bless this meat and our stomachs," he says, trying not to belch mid-prayer. A few devout villagers cross themselves with greasy fingers. Others raise mugs and shout "Amen," so loudly it startles a goose tied to a post. The goose, already on thin ice, honks defiantly. It is promptly fed a sausage and silenced. As the day stretches on, so do belts and tempers. Eating becomes both sport and obligation. You find yourself in a stew-eating contest against a man who claims to have consumed an entire pig's head the year before. You don't win, but you do survive, and that counts for something. The man is carried away on a cart, smiling and possibly unconscious. The crowd applauds his spirit. In the late afternoon, the leftovers are piled into a communal pot known only as the second miracle. No one knows what's in it, but it's blessed again, just in case. Someone drops in an apple. Someone else drops in a coin. You do not ask why. You just ladle yourself a bowl and accept the mystery. Dancers begin to appear in the square, weaving between tables with jugs of ale and stringed instruments. A woman in a pork-stained smock twirls a ladle above her head. She's crowned the unofficial queen of meat, and honestly, she deserves it. Children hoist pig-shaped lanterns as the sun begins to set, their sticky hands glowing faintly in the firelight. One of them slips on a sausage and lands in a pie. No one helps him up. He eats his way out. By evening, the village is full of full people. Laughter rings out like a hymn. Meat sweats are universal. Somewhere, a man tries to climb a barrel and declare eternal love to a woman holding a ham hock. She throws the ham at him. He catches it and proposes. She says yes. You sit near the dying embers of a cook fire, chewing the last piece of something probably porcine, definitely delicious, and wondering if you'll ever eat again. You will, of course. There's always next year. And maybe, next time, you'll be the one bringing the secret spice, or the ham, or at least a decent story about how the pig didn't go quietly. The funeral is somber. A bell tolls in the distance, echoing across the misty hills like it's trying to set a mood, and villagers shuffle into the churchyard in that special blend of reverence and curiosity. You follow, because in this village, funerals are less about grief and more about the buffet. The deceased, old Wolfred, had been 78, which by medieval standards means either a wizard or just very lucky. No one's quite sure what finally got him. Some say a cough. Others whisper it was the pickled eel from last Thursday. But everyone agrees he died as he lived, loudly and mid-complaint. His widow, Agnes, stands near the coffin, dabbing at her eyes with the hem of her sleeve, while directing servants to arrange tables and stoke fires. Because today is a day of mourning, yes, but it's also a meat day. You soon learn that in this village, funerals come with a side of brisket. It's tradition. Nothing says farewell, noble soul, like slapping a slice of questionable beef onto trenchers and serving it with gravy that has more mystery than flavor. The logic, if you can call it that, is simple. The dead would want the living to be full, preferably of something they themselves could no longer enjoy. It's touching, in the way that a cow's final moments might be described as poetic. The butcher arrives late and unapologetic, dragging behind him a cart piled with cuts that look ambitious. There's a haunch of something enormous, a rack of ribs so long it could double as a fence, and something in a cloth bundle that he insists is definitely beef, but winks as he says it. The widow glares at him and crosses herself. He winks again, this time at the priest, who pretends not to notice. By mid-morning, the funeral has taken on the tone of a mildly festive banquet with light crying. The eulogy is short and mostly involves the priest describing Wilfred as a man of strong opinions and stronger aromas. Someone snorts, someone else coughs, a dog barks, the meat is declared ready. People line up with wooden bowls, careful to look solemn while still jostling for the best cuts. You receive something that's charred on one side, raw on the other, and inexplicably sticky all over. A boy beside you stares at his portion and whispers, "I think it's looking at me." An old woman hears him and swats his ear. "It's called flavor," she says. The meal is consumed in long contemplative silence, broken only by the occasional, "Is this supposed to be cold?" or "I thought we'd buried this part already." No one says it out loud, but it's clear that the real miracle today isn't Wilfred's long life, but the fact that anyone's teeth survive this beef. It's been smoked, salted, stewed, and something else that might involve vinegar and regret. One man gnaws through a piece, pauses, and declares it spiritual. Somewhere near the cider keg, two cousins are arguing over whether funeral meat tastes better than wedding meat. One insists wedding meat has more love in it. The other insists love is a weak substitute for rosemary. A third cousin suggests funerals have more marrow. A fourth appears from nowhere to say weddings have less bone. This is somehow considered profound, and they toast to it. You overhear a woman telling her neighbor that she's attending 3 funerals this month just for the brisket. She's got a strategy. Stand near the priest. He gets the best cuts first. Always bring your own salt. Never trust anything that jiggles. Her companion nods solemnly, having brought her own trench knife, just in case. At the edge of the crowd, the village drunk, who may or may not be Wilfred's third cousin, raises a mug and proposes a toast. "To Wilfred," he shouts. "May the angels have better meat than this." Everyone cheers. No one disagrees. Wilfred's widow blinks slowly and says something under her breath that might be a curse or a recipe. Children scurry between tables, scraping bones clean and challenging each other to identify organs. One holds up a gelatinous blob and declares it the part that thinks. He is immediately dared to eat it. He does. The cheering is loud enough to unsettle a nearby chicken, who was not invited to the funeral and clearly objects to all of this. As the sun dips low, the crowd begins to thin. Some folks leave with leftovers wrapped in cloth, still warm and still suspicious. Others linger to gossip, drink, and speculate on who's next. Because if there's one thing medieval villages love more than meat, it's prophecy. And meat attached to prophecy? That's basically dinner theater. Before you leave, you pay your respects one last time. You stand before Wilfred's coffin, stomach heavy and emotions mixed. You say a few quiet words, something respectful, something heartfelt, and then you burp. It's not ideal, but the priest assures you it's culturally acceptable. "Better out than in," he says, patting your back. It means the soul's at peace, or the meat is fighting back. Either way, Wilfred would have approved. The sun rises like a bored eye over the village rooftops, casting a pale yellow light on the thatch, the puddles, and the unbothered chickens who've already witnessed too much. You're drawn once more to the butcher's lane, not by hunger exactly, but by the smell of something vaguely edible and faintly smoky, like someone tried to set fire to regret and then called it breakfast. Today, you're introduced to the most resilient foodstuff of the medieval world: dried meat. Not jerky in the modern sense, where someone flexes their culinary creativity with chili lime flavoring and resealable bags. No, this is the kind of jerky that fights back when chewed, may have once doubled as a roofing material, and could legally be classified as a weapon if thrown with enough force. The butcher, a man with forearms like ham hocks and an apron permanently stained in ambiguous reds and browns, is stringing meat strips on a line like laundry. The strips flap slightly in the wind, sun-bleached and stiff, and you can't help but imagine they were once part of something that mooed with dignity. A village boy walks past and plucks a piece, biting into it with the enthusiasm of someone who hasn't yet learned to be suspicious. His face freezes mid-chew. Then he begins to weep silently, chewing anyway, because this is survival, not a snack. Drying meat, you learn, is less of a recipe and more of a gamble. The butcher slices thin cuts, salts them enough to turn a goat into a pillar of thirst, and then lets the sun do the rest. There is no temperature control, no hygiene regulations, and certainly no concern for texture. A nearby sign reads, "Sun-cured ox," though someone has scratched out the ox and replaced it with "in charcoal." You try a piece, encouraged by peer pressure and the butcher's enthusiastic nodding. The first bite is like sinking your teeth into a splintered doorframe. There's a faint taste of smoke, salt, and possibly horse. The butcher calls it robust. A dog lurking under the table looks up hopefully, then thinks better of it. There's a legend told by the old men near the well. One winter, when the snow reached the windowsills and the chickens began sleeping indoors like moody guests, the only thing left to eat was a hunk of dried venison from the attic. It was so hard, they had to hit it with a hammer first. The hammer broke, but eventually, after 3 days of boiling and several prayers, it softened enough to be mistaken for food. That winter, no one starved, but no one smiled either. Back in the lane, the butcher continues his work, flipping the meat strips like they might tan more evenly that way. He claims the key to good dried meat is air and butcher, patience. You suspect it's mostly delusion. Still, it works. The flies lose interest after a while. Rats give it one sniff and move on to easier targets. The meat doesn't spoil because it has transcended spoilage. Spoiled food implies moisture. This has none. It's been mummified, culinary sarcophagi dangling from hooks. Not everyone is convinced. A woman named Hilda insists dried meat gave her cousin night terrors. A local friar swears it once cracked his molar. A traveling tinker tried to trade a handful of nails for a piece and ended up using it to patch a hole in his cart instead. The meat held. The cart didn't. Children treat it as a challenge. Who can gnaw through a whole piece without bleeding? Who can chew without wincing? One boy ties his to a stick and uses it as a sword until a piece snaps off and hits someone's grandmother. She scowls, then demands a bite. Despite all this, the demand remains. Dried meat lasts. It travels. It doesn't attract bears or bandits, mainly because neither group considers it edible. For soldiers, it's a godsend. You can strap it to your belt, your shield, or your horse, and come back to it weeks later. It will still be there, waiting, not necessarily welcoming, but there. You meet an old man named Ebor, who keeps a stash in his cellar, just in case. In case of what, you ask? He doesn't say. He just nods grimly toward the horizon like he knows something you don't, and pulls out a strip the color of despair. He bites it with reverence and chews for nearly an hour. You suspect it's the same piece he's been working on since Tuesday. By evening, the drying racks are full. The butcher is counting coins with the enthusiasm of a man who's fooled everyone again, and the dogs have given up entirely, settling for licking the salt off the dirt. A group of travelers stop by, sniff the air, and purchase a bundle wrapped in cloth. One of them squints and says, "This'll last us through 3 counties." Another replies, "So will the stomach ache." They laugh, nervously. You wander off chewing your own piece, jaw already tired, wondering if you've discovered a new form of exercise. By the time you reach your cottage, the meat is only half gone, and you're deeply unsure whether you've eaten food or simply entered a long-term relationship with it. It might be days before you finish. It might outlive you. Either way, it's durable, like medieval optimism or planks. The pot on the hearth has been bubbling for so long it's rumored to have outlived the last 3 tenants of your cottage. It gurgles ominously, somewhere between a boil and a belch, the surface rippling with a layer of fat so thick it might qualify as roofing material. The stew inside is technically food, by medieval standards, which means it won't kill you immediately and probably has a vegetable in it if you count onions that died screaming. Boiling, you quickly realize, is less a method of cooking and more a philosophy. If roasting is for feasts and frying is for taverns, boiling is for survival. The butcher recommended it with a straight face, waving a questionable haunch of something that may have started as pork, but now bears the texture of vintage parchment. "Boil it," he said. "Boil it until it begs for mercy." You thought he was joking. He wasn't. He hasn't joked in 10 years, not since his apprentice boiled his boots by mistake and tried to serve them with turnips. You follow the advice, dropping your meat into the pot where it disappears with a sullen plop, swallowed by broth the color of old decisions. There is no recipe, only accumulation. Every day, more water. Every day, more ingredients. Carrots if you're lucky, barley if someone remembered, bones mostly. Always bones, some so smooth from repeated boiling they squeak when stirred. You suspect one might be human. You stir anyway. The rule of thumb is simple. If it can't be identified, it's ready. Boiling is a great equalizer, rendering even the most questionable cuts soft, stringy, and indistinguishable from shoe leather. Tough meat becomes tender. Spoiled meat becomes less obviously spoiled. Bacteria, they say, die in the heat. You imagine them surrendering like tiny microscopic knights, armor melting, flag of truce raised in the form of a bubble. There's some comfort in that, even as the stew hisses at you like it's thinking of unionizing. You aren't the only one boiling things. Every household has a pot. Most are never emptied, only added to. A generational stew passed down with pride and gastrointestinal resilience. In some homes, the stew is older than the children. In one case, possibly older than the house. It's known as perpetual stew, a bubbling memory that began with rabbit, then chicken, then possibly a hat, and now contains an essence that can only be described as medieval umami. Your neighbor, a thin man with a nose like a hawk's beak and a suspiciously shiny apron, boasts that his pot has been boiling for 5 winters straight. He claims it keeps the devil out. You think it just keeps guests out, but who are you to argue with tradition? When he offers you a bowl, you accept politely, tasting something that might be cabbage but could also be regret. He grins with too many teeth. You pretend to enjoy it, nodding solemnly as though contemplating deep theological truths. Children are taught to boil early, not for flavor, but for defense. A stew pot is both dinner and deterrent. Spill it on a thief, and he'll run screaming. Spill it on yourself, and you'll learn not to lean. The lid doubles as a shield. The ladle doubles as a weapon. One village tale tells of a widow who repelled a Viking raid with nothing but boiling venison and a very bad attitude. The Vikings never returned. Neither did her husband. But that's a separate story. Sometimes spices are added, but rarely with precision. A handful of thyme here, a clump of parsley there, a generous scoop of salt if someone's brought news of a distant war. The real flavor, though, comes from time and fear. After 4 days of boiling, everything tastes the same. After 7, everything tastes like stew. After 10, The pot begins to whisper secrets. Meat that once flirted with decay now emerges soft and safe, if not particularly inspiring. Texture is an afterthought. Presentation is brown. The broth takes on a richness that borders on guilt. You begin to understand why people do this, not just because it works, but because it means never admitting defeat. Every scrap becomes part of something greater, even that questionable sausage, even the turnip that looks like it gave up on life. There's camaraderie in stew. People gather around the pot, poking and sniffing and telling tales of better meals that probably never happened. One woman swears her uncle once boiled a badger until it tasted like lamb. Another insists stew cured her scurvy and her son's laziness. A friar arrives and blesses the pot, then stays for 3 helpings. You don't ask what kind of meat he thinks it is. Neither does he. By nightfall, you're full. Not just in the belly, but in the soul, or at least the part of the soul that accepts gristle as destiny. You wash your bowl in the same water everyone else does and hang your spoon like a trophy. The pot keeps bubbling. It always does. No one knows what will go into it tomorrow, but it doesn't matter. Tomorrow, it will still be stew. The pie, at first glance, is innocent. It sits there on the wooden slab, golden crusted and steaming, as if it were crafted by angels with buttery fingers and an eye for deception. You approach it with the kind of cautious optimism normally reserved for wedding feasts and surprise tax relief. The top is latticed, the edges crimped like a noblewoman's collar, and the smell is actually good. Suspiciously good, given the standards you've come to expect from the village where yesterday's meat might also be tomorrow's candle. This is the butcher's latest trick, hiding meat inside pastry like it owes someone money. You watch him slice into the pie with the flair of a man who's learned that confidence can overcome both doubt and smell. Steam escapes. So does a chunk of something grayish-brown that thuds onto the plate with the weight and mystery of medieval sin. You don't ask what it is. You ask what it used to be. Venison, he says, smiling. You nod. It could be. It also could be squirrel or shoe, but wrapped in pastry. It doesn't matter. The crust is a culinary disguise, a suit of armor for otherwise indefensible contents. It's flaky and crisp, and made with just enough lard to make your fingers glisten like a minor miracle. Whatever lurks beneath is no longer your concern. The crust has spoken. The logic is simple. If you can't preserve it, encase it. A thick layer of pastry keeps out air, flies, and most questions. Some pies are sealed completely. No vent, no top crust art, just a domed fortress of dough you'd need a chisel to penetrate. Others breathe gently through decorative slits, as if to say, yes, there is meat in here, and no, we don't regret it. You eat with the reverence of someone who understands that this might be the best meal of the week, or the worst cover-up since Brother Aldrich claimed his wine was just grape water. The pie is more than food. It's performance. There's drama in the reveal, tension in the first cut, comedy in the guessing game of what's inside. People place bets. Jokes fly about whether it's cow or cousin. Children peek nervously over the crust as though expecting the contents to wink, and yet they eat. Everyone does, because the pie does what no barrel of brine or length of twine ever could. It dignifies the undignified. It makes scraps look curated. It turns salvage into supper. Not all pies are equal. There's the upper-class version, stuffed with proper meats and subtle herbs, the kind served in manor halls where servants scurry and nobody has to explain why their dinner is jiggling. Then there's the village variant, where meat is a flexible term and spice is more myth than ingredient. Still, even the humblest pie carries a strange prestige. It says you tried. It says you had enough flour, fat, and faith to risk the oven. Sometimes the pies last longer than expected. Their sealed nature grants them surprising longevity. People store them in cellars, behind barrels, under beds. Some eat them cold the next day. Some reheat them over embers, carefully avoiding the crust's collapse. A good pie is sturdy, travel-friendly, and dense enough to double as a weapon in times of need. One man once repelled a thief with nothing but a week-old pork pie and a sharp tone. You meet a baker who's made nothing but meat pies for 20 years. He has flour in his beard and a faraway look that suggests both pride and pie-related trauma. He claims pastry absorbs sins, that once, during a shortage, he filled a pie with nothing but onion, kidney, and prayer. Nobody noticed, or if they did, they were too polite or too hungry to say anything. He smiles when he talks about crust ratios and lard temperature, then whispers that sometimes he doesn't even know what goes into the filling. "Meat is meat," he says, shrugging. You nod as if you understand. You don't. But the pie in your hand is warm and your stomach is empty, and that's all that matters. Festivals bring out the competitive bakers. There are contests for the tallest pie, the heaviest pie, the pie that made the most people cry from joy, presumably, though that's not confirmed. Once, someone made a pie shaped like a goose and filled it with rabbit. Nobody knew what to think. A traveling friar declared it heresy. The villagers declared it lunch. You take your pie home, wrapped in cloth. It leaks slightly, leaving a trail of juice that could either lure dogs or summon spirits. You don't care. You cut into it again at supper, the crust cracking like parchment beneath your knife. It still smells good. It still tastes tolerable. And if you chew quickly and think of better days, it almost tastes like a feast. That's the magic of pastry. It doesn't lie, exactly. It just whispers sweet nothings over a very loud truth. The lard comes out in a wooden bucket, scooped with a ladle that looks suspiciously like it used to be a shoe. It glistens in the morning sun, opaque and jiggling, somewhere between edible and architectural. You watch as the butcher takes a hunk of meat, possibly pork, possibly a distant cousin of pork, and lowers it gently into the congealed abyss like a priest dunking a sinner. No ceremony, just a squelch and the kind of greasy plop that makes you rethink every decision that led you to this moment. This, you're told, is preservation. Meat buried in fat, sealed from air, time, and judgment. A medieval method passed down through generations with all the confidence of someone who definitely did not understand bacteria, but knew that if something smells like soap and shines like armor, it probably works. The concept is disarmingly simple. Cook the meat, cover it in melted lard, wait for it to cool, and then trust the resulting gelatinous tomb to keep it fresh for months. Or until someone gets brave enough, or poor enough, to dig it out again. You're not sure what unnerves you more, the idea that this meat has been in there since last year's Michaelmas, or that nobody finds that weird. The butcher's hands are slick with the stuff. He wipes them on an apron that stopped being clean during the last rain. He smiles as he explains that lard keeps the devil out, and also, conveniently, the smell in. You nod like someone who understands science, even though you're fairly certain this entire preservation method relies more on hope than any observable law of nature. He pries loose a chunk with his knife, the fat cracking like a frozen pond, and presents you with a slab of something that, under better circumstances, might have once been ham. You don't ask why it's gray. He tells you to pan-fry it. He says the fat melts down and makes the meat tender. He says it's good for you, though his definition of good seems largely based on whether or not it results in immediate collapse. You take it home in waxed cloth that used to hold cheese, resisting the urge to apologize to your ancestors. Back in your cottage, you stare at it. The meat quivers slightly when you touch it, like it knows what's coming. You scrape off the thick cap of lard, revealing veins of meat and pockets of confusion. It smells faintly of herbs, more faintly of meat, and very strongly of candle wax. You heat it anyway. A pan, some fire, the hiss of rendered fat. It all sounds promising, like the start of a real meal. The meat browns, the lard melts, and your kitchen begins to smell less like cellar and more like something vaguely edible. Victory. You serve it to your family like a conquering hero, presenting plates of meat unearthed from a personal tub of medieval misgivings. They chew with polite silence. Your eldest mumbles that it's different. Your youngest asks if it's meant to wiggle like that. You assure them it's traditional, and therefore good. They nod. Tradition is hard to argue with when dinner is non-negotiable. Still, there's something clever in it. Beneath the fat, the meat does stay preserved. No mold, no slime. Just a layer of protection so thorough it could have been designed by a paranoid grandmother or an overly affectionate candle. And it's efficient. After all, lard isn't just preservation. It's lunch. It cooks, it seasons, it fuels. It's pantry, fridge, and flavor, all in one. Not everyone gets it right, though. Some lard goes rancid. Some meat was already a little too experienced when it went under. One man buried an entire roast in fat, forgot about it, and unearthed it 2 years later in what was generously called an experiment. The result was displayed at the next festival and referred to only as the thing. Children cried, dogs ran. The mayor blessed it just in case. Still, the method spreads. Everyone has a jar, a crock, a tub. Some keep them in cellars, some on high shelves, some under their beds where the dog can't reach them. You once saw a man pull a sausage out of a butter churn and eat it without blinking. You respected him more than you feared him, which says a lot. It's not just survival. It's defiance. Against spoilage, against hunger, against the slow rot of everything that isn't drowned in grease. It's a culinary middle finger to the fragility of food, and it works. Maybe not always well, maybe not always with dignity, but it works. The meat stays good enough, the people stay fed, and the lard, miraculously, stays everywhere. In your pan, on your shirt, in your soul. By the end of the week, you've grown used to it. The gleam of preserved meat, the solid heft of a fat-sealed cut. You even begin to think it smells kind of nice, like comfort and survival, and something vaguely pork-adjacent. You dig out another portion, scrape off the top, and fry it with the last of the onions. It's not fresh, it's not elegant, but it's warm and rich, and yours. And in a world without fridges, that's good enough. The bells toll as you arrive at the church door, a slab of something once beef tucked under your arm and wrapped in what might be cloth or might be a repurposed flour sack. You're not sure anymore. Neither is the cloth. The meat still steams faintly from its morning boil and carries with it an aroma that's either sanctified by rosemary or mildly haunted. Today is sharing day, when the faithful bring their best or least questionable meat offerings to the clergy, who bless it, eat it, and attempt not to perish. You step into the nave, where candles flicker and smoke curls around statues of saints who probably did not anticipate becoming patrons of mystery stew. The air smells of incense, damp stone, and determination. The priest, Father Berwin, meets you at the altar, hands outstretched in welcome or precaution. He blesses the parcel before opening it, tracing a quick cross in the air like he's trying to beat the smell to the punch. He peeks inside. He nods. He does not flinch. This, you understand, is why he wears the robes. The church has long been the final destination for meat of uncertain provenance. Not rotten, not yet, but traveling down that path with enthusiasm. Cuts that may have been buried in fat, smoked over peat, or aged on accident. Things that you don't want to throw out, but also don't want to feed to your family. The church, in its infinite mercy and questionable taste, takes them all. Father Berwin places your offering on a long table beside others. There's a leg of something that looks defiant, a pie that hums faintly, and a heap of sausages tied together like they're planning an escape. A woman places a jar of pickled trotters next to your bundle. nods solemnly, and leaves. No words are exchanged, just mutual understanding and mild gastrointestinal dread. The blessing begins. Father Berwin stands over the table and begins the prayer, his voice rising above the creaks of the pews and the stomachs already regretting their choices. He invokes divine mercy, saintly digestion, and protection from what lurks beneath the rind. The congregation murmurs amen, some more enthusiastically than others. A child whispers that the sausages blinked. No one corrects him. After the final amen, the food is distributed. The church shares the bounty with the poor, the sick, and the deeply unlucky. You're handed a small loaf in return, infused with something that might be rosemary or might be regret. It's part of the deal. You give meat, you get bread, and everyone pretends this is the same as grace. Later, you hear stories. An elderly widow claims the priest's blessing cured her rheumatism after she ate a slice of sanctified ham. Others insist it made their teeth fall out. One man swears he saw a halo over a mutton chop just before biting in, though that may have been a heat shimmer. The line between miracle and indigestion is thin here, and often navigated with prayer and cider. Sometimes the church cooks the meat themselves, in a pot so vast it's rumored to contain echoes from last winter's feast. The resulting stew is ladled out to those in need, or anyone willing to take the risk. It tastes of salt, cloves, and surrender. Once, a monk tried to introduce garlic for spiritual warmth and was exiled to the garden for a week, where he now tends the leeks with silent shame. There are, of course, rules. No visibly moving meat, no cuts that sing, no pies that answer questions. Beyond that, it's all fair game. The church's tolerance is vast, possibly eternal, and definitely immune to expiration dates. They believe in redemption, even for brisket. You watch as Father Berwin samples a slice of someone's contribution. His face remains neutral, eyes closed, jaw moving like a man reviewing his will. He swallows, he smiles, he blesses the donor and moves on to something fried in goose fat and denial. You wonder sometimes if the priests ever get tired of this. The endless offerings, the guessing games, the pious smiles hiding digestive warfare, but they never complain, not out loud. Perhaps they view it as penance or a test of faith, or perhaps they've simply gone numb, their stomachs sanctified by years of blessed beef and the occasional pie with teeth. Back at home, you slice your loaf and chew slowly, the church bells echoing in the distance. You imagine your meat being turned into salvation stew, passed from hand to hand, bowl to bowl, spoon to trembling spoon. You imagine laughter, gratitude, and possibly burping. You feel oddly proud, like you've participated in something both holy and slightly reckless. Next week, you'll bring another parcel, maybe bacon this time, maybe something less interpretive, but probably not. The butcher swears the meat was clean this morning, swears by St. Ethelred, swears by the Virgin, swears by his mother's grave, which is unfortunate, because his mother is not dead and is standing 10 feet away yelling, "I told you not to stack pork next to the fireplace, Edwin." You don't know what's worse, the shrieking or the unmistakable squirming happening near the joint of beef currently being offered at half price. You peer closer. There's movement, not the still warm from the kill kind, nor the "that pig had spirit" kind. This is the other kind, the kind that makes you question your life choices and breakfast. Something pale and wiggly slides from beneath the flap of meat, like it's late for a meeting. The butcher hastily flicks it away and pretends it was a breeze. The breeze, you note, does not usually leave behind a trail. You take a step back, as does everyone else in line. A child asks if the meat comes with toys. His mother slaps his arm and mutters that if he keeps talking like that, she'll feed him to the meat. The mood has shifted. Suspicion hangs thicker than the butcher's apron. Maggots have arrived. Not invited, not expected, but entirely unsurprising. Because it's midsummer, and midsummer means flies. And where flies go, eggs go. And where eggs go, eventually, so does your appetite. The butcher, a man who once convinced an entire wedding party that green veal was a regional delicacy, now turns defensive. They're harmless, he insists. Just a sign it's still organic. He grins too wide, as if hoping cheer will outshine biology. It doesn't. The villagers aren't shocked. This is not the first time meat has entered its second act. It won't be the last. But there are degrees of decay, and this has passed from rustic to reanimated. Someone suggests burying it. Someone else suggests just cooking it long enough that nothing survives. A third person, a man with 3 teeth and a known fondness for cider breakfasts, loudly declares he doesn't mind. "Bito extra protein," he says, snatching up a discounted chop and waving it like a trophy. You don't know whether to applaud or call for help. There is, of course, debate. Always debate. One camp says it's natural. What do you expect without ice? It's meat, not magic. Another camp argues that if the meat is crawling, it should no longer be referred to in the past tense. They shout. The butcher shouts. Someone begins a folk song. It's unclear whether it's about meat, worms, or some long-lost cousin named Marjorie. You watch from the sidelines, arms folded, unsure whether to buy, bolt, or boil the entire town. A dog sits patiently nearby, tail wagging, eyes locked on the meat like he knows it's about to fall, and he doesn't care if it's moving or mooing. The flies, meanwhile, do not care about public discourse. They've already won. Inside the butcher's stall, the scene is grim. Wooden counters stained with years of guesses and good intentions, hooks that creak like they regret their job, and a back room you suspect contains either a miracle or a lawsuit. The butcher hurries to scrape off the top layer of meat, like one might dust off a cake, except with more crunching and less dignity. You realize that this is, technically, pest control, just very, very late. Someone else arrives. Old Marta, the village herbalist who insists she's 1/8 saint and 17/8 practical. She examines the meat, squints, then nods sagely. Just rinse it in vinegar, she says, cleans the soul. No one questions her, mostly because last week she sold a mushroom that cured hiccups and also made the miller think he was a goat. For 2 days, it's hard to argue with results. The butcher, emboldened, produces a jug of something clear and possibly flammable. He douses the meat. There's a hiss, like a small spirit leaving the flesh. The smell intensifies, shifts, warps. Someone gags. Someone else says it smells like penance. The dog whines. You consider your options. On one hand, this is an affront to everything you believe meat should be. On the other hand, it's cheap. It's here. And it's likely the only protein you'll see until autumn. You weigh your pride against your pantry. Pride comes in second. You approach the counter. The butcher brightens. He slices off a section that, you assume, has the fewest passengers. He wraps it quickly, tucks it in cloth, and hands it to you with a look of such profound relief, you wonder if you've saved his soul. Back home, you throw the bundle into the stew pot without ceremony. Boil it until it begs. That's the rule. Herbs, onions, a prayer to Saint Esmeralda, patron of digestion and desperate hope. You stir the pot like you're mixing secrets. By dinner, the meat is soft, the smell is mellow, and the maggots are either gone or rebranded as texture. You serve it with bread. No one asks questions. Not tonight. Later, you lie in bed, stomach full, mind unsure. Maybe it was fine. Maybe you'll wake up enlightened. Or maybe you'll wake up glowing. Either way, it was food. Sort of. The butcher's lane is unusually quiet, except for the noises drifting from doorways. Coughs, groans, and the occasional burp that rattles the shutters. You step carefully along the cobblestones, past puddles that may be rainwater or may be evidence of last night's supper, making a hasty retreat. The entire village seems to be engaged in one shared story, the tale of what happens when meat wins the battle against man. It starts innocently enough. A family sits to supper, proud of their acquisition from the butcher's stall. The meat looked fine, smelled tolerable, and had only a handful of flies circling, which in this economy is practically a seal of approval. But by the time the pot is emptied and the last slice of questionable beef is chewed into reluctant submission, someone coughs, someone hiccups, and someone else excuses themselves dramatically. Soon, the family chorus begins. Moans from the bench, burps that echo like signals of surrender, and footsteps pounding toward the privy in a race against dignity. The next morning, these stories spill into the marketplace like gossip on parade. A man insists he nearly met St. Peter after eating pork that tasted a little lively. He recounts in grave detail how he prayed through the night, clutching his stomach as if fending off demons. His wife interrupts to say it was hardly near death, that he simply turned purple and passed gas in new and inventive cadences. Others nod along, half in sympathy, half in admiration. Children find all of this hilarious, of course. They lurk at corners repeating their parents' noises with theatrical flair, belching on command, and rolling in the dust to mimic fainting fits. One boy claims he saw his uncle's stew crawl off the table before being eaten, though it's possible his uncle just tripped while carrying it. Another girl insists the priest had to bless her family's pot 3 times before it stopped bubbling ominously. Butchers, naturally, have their own version of events. They insist none of it is their fault. Meat, they say, is meat. It spoils, it sours, it surprises. They shrug and claim villagers simply lack strong enough stomachs. Our ancestors ate worse, one boasts, while slicing into a haunch that smells like it's already halfway to confession. When challenged, he suggests more salt, more vinegar, or simply more faith. Faith, he claims, never gave anyone stomach cramps. The villagers mutter that faith also doesn't explain why their bellies sound like boiling cauldrons. The apothecary thrives in times like these, doling out remedies with grand seriousness. He prescribes mint leaves for burps, clay water for coughs, and a mysterious powder he swears will banish the demons from your gut. People line up, pale and weak, clutching their coins as though trading one misery for another. The apothecary pockets the coins, nods sagely, and privately hopes no one asks what's actually in the powder. The truth is, he doesn't know either. By evening, stories spread wider than the sickness itself. A farmer declares his cow laughed at him while he ran to the field with urgent purpose. A widow swears she floated 2 inches above her bed during her ordeal, carried by holy wind, or perhaps by sheer internal pressure. The blacksmith's apprentice tells anyone who will listen that he burped so hard the forge fire flickered. Some say exaggeration, but others swear they heard it from 3 streets away. In the tavern, where everyone inevitably gathers once their stomachs forgive them, the ailments transform into tales of bravery. Men pound the table, declaring their survival against spoiled beef to be proof of courage. Women laugh and retell their husbands' less noble reactions. Tears, prayers, and promises to never touch mutton again. These confessions turn into competitions, each tale taller than the last, until you'd think the village had endured a plague of fire-breathing sausages rather than simple food poisoning. You sip weak ale and listen as the chorus continues, burps punctuating laughter, coughs interrupting oaths, the occasional groan reminding everyone that the struggle isn't quite over. It's almost festive, in a grim way, like a carnival of stomachs. Later, you walk home beneath the stars, still hearing echoes of the day. You wonder how many more nights the village will endure these episodes, how many more burps will shake the rafters, how many more remedies will be tried and abandoned. And yet, you know tomorrow the market will open again. The butcher will smile, and villagers will line up once more. Because in the end, meat waits for no one, and hunger is always louder than caution. Your stomach grumbles as if to remind you of that fact. You're not sure if it's hunger or the beginning of your own story. The shambles are loud this morning, not with the usual barking of dogs or squawking of hens dragged toward their fate, but with the officious tones of the town crier unrolling a parchment so large it could double as a tent flap. He clears his throat 3 times, a dramatic performance in itself, and begins to read the regulations for the selling of flesh within the town walls. The villagers groan. The butchers groan louder. You suspect the parchment itself groans under the weight of its own hypocrisy. The law, in theory, is simple. No butcher may sell rotten meat. No butcher may water down blood to pass it off as fresh. No butcher may cut away the green bits and call it choice. And no butcher may claim a smell is merely the spirit leaving the animal. In practice, everyone knows these rules are enforced with about as much enthusiasm as a monk asked to scrub latrines. The crier bellows, "Anyone found in violation shall be fined 6 pence." And you can practically hear the laughter ripple through the stalls. 6 pence is what you pay a child to fetch water, not the price of endangering an entire parish's digestion. The butchers nod solemnly, as though they are hearing divine law itself. One even crosses himself dramatically, as if vowing to live a pure life henceforth. Then, without missing a beat, he slaps a suspiciously pale slab of mutton on his counter and calls it morning fresh. A fly lands on it mid-sentence, and he waves it away with the same hand he uses to wipe his nose. The crier doesn't even blink. Enforcement is mostly a matter of making sure no one keels over within sight of the mayor's house. As long as sickness waits until after supper, all is considered, and well. You wander deeper into the shambles, where the streets themselves smell like a courtroom ought to, sour, damp, and heavy with judgment. Here, regulations live and die on interpretation. One butcher insists that rotten doesn't count if you can scrape the mold away with a knife. Another argues that if the dog won't eat it, it must be holy. A third swears that meat blessed by the priest can never be truly spoiled, no matter how many maggots wave hello from under the fat. You realize quickly that the law is less about protecting stomachs and more about giving villagers something to shout about when their supper revolts. Occasionally, an inspector is appointed, usually a man too clumsy for farming and too nosy for his own good. He marches proudly into the shambles with a stick, pokes a few carcasses, and pronounces judgment. If the meat collapses under his prod, he declares it unsuitable. If it holds shape, he declares it probably fine. The standard is not scientific, but it is traditional, and tradition holds weight here, even when the meat does not. The inspector collects bribes in the form of sausages, a cut of pork, or the promise of free stew, and everyone goes back to their business. The villagers, in turn, accept this farce because they, too, like sausages. Still, the laws exist for a reason, and occasionally they are dusted off and waved like banners in a storm. When a wedding feast ends in mass retreat to the privies, the magistrate reads the statutes with stern eyes and declares that someone will pay. The butchers line up, shift from foot to foot, and point at each other. The magistrate eventually fines them all a few pennies, which mysteriously reappear in his wine cellar by the end of the week. The victims of the spoiled feast are given a loaf of bread and a promise of better oversight. Neither helps the stomach, but both soothe the soul. You pause to watch a dispute unfold between a customer and a butcher. The customer insists her beef is bad. The butcher insists she cooked it wrong. She claims her children turned green. He claims green is a sign of vigor. The law says she has a right to a refund, but the butcher points out that the refund is merely a portion of suet and a blessing. They argue until the inspector ambles over, pokes the meat with his stick, and declares it suspicious but edible. The crowd laughs, the woman storms off, and the butcher sells the rest of the joint to a man who looks like he hasn't tasted hope in weeks. By the end of the day, the parchment of laws flaps lazily in the breeze, ignored by all but the pigeons that roost upon it. The shambles run, as they always do, blood in the gutters, shouts echoing, smells carrying all the way to the baker's street, where they ruin the appetite for bread. The regulations hang in the air like incense, meant to cleanse but mostly to irritate. You understand now that the law of the shambles is less about purity and more about performance. Everyone knows the rules. Everyone knows they'll be broken. And everyone knows the town will cough, burp, and carry on. Tomorrow, the crier will return, his parchment a little more tattered, his voice a little more hoarse, and the butchers will nod again with exaggerated solemnity. And once again, the meat will tell its own truth. Laws or no laws. The scandal begins not with a scream, but with a gasp loud enough to turn every head in the shambles. You follow the sound to a butcher's stall where a man stands, brush in hand, caught mid-stroke like a painter interrupted at his canvas. Only his canvas is a slab of beef so gray it could pass for old parchment, and his paint is fresh pig's blood dripping down in thick, theatrical streaks. For a moment, the crowd is stunned into silence. Then comes the chorus, half horror, half applause, with more than a dash of admiration for his commitment. The butcher looks up, face flushed, brush still dripping. He stammers something about tradition, about reviving meat, about giving it back its youthful glow. Someone laughs so hard they nearly topple into the gutter. Someone else claps as if they've just witnessed an avant-garde play. And, in a way, you suppose they have. It's not every day you see a man repainting supper like it's a weathered barn door. The accusations start quickly, shouted from every direction. Fraud, blasphemy, endangerment, artistry. One woman shrieks that she fed her family the same meat yesterday, and now she wants answers, or at least compensation in the form of sausages. Another customer points out that, painted or not, the meat smells like it's rehearsing for the afterlife. The butcher, sweating under the collective gaze, insists it's harmless, that the blood is merely nature's varnish. He even offers a slice on the spot, though no one volunteers to taste it. The crowd, of course, is divided. Some demand punishment, demanding he be dragged before the magistrate. Others, particularly those with suspicious-looking meat at home, mutter that he might actually be onto something. A farmer leans in and whispers that if blood can liven up a side of beef, perhaps it could work on his wife's turnip pies too. His wife hears this and smacks him with her basket. The debate grows so heated it begins to resemble a festival more than a trial. Children dart closer, fascinated, tugging at their mother's skirts to ask if they can paint their dinner too. One boy suggests using berry juice for variety. Another says the priest's ink would give the meat a holy shade. You half expect someone to suggest gilding a ham in gold leaf, just to make it look festive. The idea of art meat spreads quickly, and you can see a glimmer of curiosity even in the eyes of the disgusted. It's revolting, yes, but also undeniably creative. The inspector eventually arrives, summoned by the noise. He approaches with his ceremonial stick, prods the freshly painted beef, and squints. After a long pause, he declares that while the meat is certainly old, it has been rejuvenated with admirable technique. This pronouncement does not help. The crowd erupts again, some furious, some cheering, some already bargaining for cheaper cuts. The inspector pockets a sausage for his trouble and wanders off, leaving the butcher to face the chaos alone. In the tavern that night, the story grows with every telling. By the third retelling, the butcher is no longer simply painting meat. He is said to have dipped entire carcasses in barrels of blood like apples in cider. Some swear he used a brush the size of a broom, others that he worked by candlelight like a true artist, whispering poems to his creations. The tale spreads so far that even the priest comments on it during his sermon, warning that God never intended flesh to be freshened up like a whore's lips. Half the congregation nod solemnly. The other half snicker. The scandal lingers for weeks, retold at hearths and markets, each version wilder than the last. Some villagers say the butcher should be punished, others that he should be knighted for ingenuity. You hear that a noble even sent for a sample, curious whether the technique might preserve game birds for winter feasts. Meanwhile, the butcher himself continues to sell, though now under careful watch, his hands conspicuously clean, his brushes confiscated. His stall bears the nickname the Gallery, and passers-by nudge each other and whisper whenever they buy a chop. The shame might ruin a lesser man, but he seems almost proud of the legend he's created. And perhaps that's the true scandal. Not that he tried to pass off old meat as new, but that half the village admires him for having the courage to try. In a world where hunger is constant and freshness fleeting, a bit of blood and bravado can make all the difference. You leave the shambles with this thought circling in your mind, equal parts amused and unsettled. After all, you still have supper to plan, and the question lingers, if the meat looks red enough, do you really want to ask how it got that way? The well is where the truth lives, or at least where it gets dressed up in a cloak of exaggeration and perfume of onion breath. You lean against the stone rim as the old women gather with their buckets, scarves tied tight, voices pitched low, not because they're secretive, but because they like the drama of whispering. The subject today is not who owes the miller money, or whose daughter met whose son in the orchard. No, today it's meat. Specifically, meat that apparently glows in the dark. One woman, Agnes, insists she saw it with her own eyes. She had gone to fetch a late supper and left the pork on the table. When she returned, the shutters rattling from the wind, there it was, glimmering faintly like a candle stub left too long in the cellar. She swears on St. Wulfhilda's bones it was glowing. Another woman clutches her bucket and gasps as though hearing a ghost story. A third rolls her eyes but leans closer anyway, unwilling to miss a single detail of the spectral pork. The theory, as always, begins sensible and slides quickly into chaos. Maybe the butcher used salt from cursed mines. Maybe the pig ate too many strange herbs. Maybe it's a miracle meant to guide late-night suppers without the cost of tallow candles. By the time they've finished their first draw of water, someone has already suggested the glowing pork might be proof of witchcraft, while another insists it's just proof of freshness. Nothing wrong with meat that shines, says Edith, the one who hasn't had teeth in a decade but somehow still chews better than most. At least you can see what you're eating. The gossip spreads from the well to the street faster than fire in thatched roofs. Men at the tavern snicker and ask each other whether they dare to eat meat that lights their way to bed. A few joke that glowing pork is useful. It saves money on torches when stumbling home after ale. The blacksmith swears he once saw sausages give off sparks on his grill, though whether that was magic or grease hitting the coals is up for debate. Children delight in the story, daring each other to sneak into the butcher's stall at night and see for themselves. One boy insists he saw bacon glowing faint green through a window, though his friends are convinced he only saw the reflection of the moon on lard. Of course, the butchers themselves deny everything. They laugh too loudly when asked, insisting their pork is blessed, not bewitched, and certainly doesn't light up like a lantern. One even slaps a ham on the counter and demands someone turn down the sun if they want to see it glow. Yet the more they protest, the more suspicious the villagers become. Denial, after all, is practically an admission when you already want to believe. The priest is dragged into it, naturally. He is asked whether glowing meat is holy or heretical. He sighs deeply, rubs his forehead, and declares that pork should neither glow nor speak, and if it does, it ought to be buried. This only makes the whispers worse, because now everyone wonders why he felt the need to mention speaking. Did he know something they didn't? Had someone's dinner begun offering opinions? By evening, the story has grown taller than the church steeple. Some claim it isn't just pork but mutton too, whole haunches gleaming faintly like lanterns in the butcher's stalls. Others say they saw fish with eyes that glowed red in the barrels, staring up like saints or demons. No one agrees on the color. Some say green, some say blue. One insists it flickered like fire. But everyone agrees it happened, because gossip, once born, does not need proof to survive. You walk home under the night sky. listening to villagers chuckle nervously as they lock their shutters, half afraid of glowing cuts creeping across their kitchens. The well is silent now, but its whispers carry. Tomorrow, someone will swear they saw the butcher himself glowing as he worked, face lit by some unholy meat lamp, and the day after, it will become legend. That's how things go here. One glowing chop of pork, and suddenly the whole town is haunted. Imported meat is the kind of thing that arrives in whispers first, as though the mere mention of it might cause envy or curses. You hear it in the marketplace. Someone's cousin brought venison from the Lord's forest. Someone else's brother smuggled a goose from across the river, and one madman swears he's tasted dried camel, though no one believes him. Rare meats are a badge of status, but they carry a problem. Without ice, without cellars deep enough to scare the sun away, they must be preserved. And the word preserved here is doing heavy lifting. You see the venison first, hanging like a relic in the butcher's stall. The color is not what you expect. It has been rubbed with salt, rolled in herbs, smoked, and perhaps sung to. Some swear it was soaked in wine so sour even the friars refused to drink it. Others say it was buried in ash, as though hiding it from nature itself might trick it into longevity. Whatever the method, the result is a haunch that looks like it belongs more in a museum than on a plate. Yet villagers crowd around, wide-eyed, whispering as if they're gazing at treasure. The butcher explains with great pride that this venison has defied rot. He claims it has traveled miles, strapped to the back of a mule, endured storms, survived rivers, and even been blessed by a hermit who lives in a hollow tree. You wonder if it's meat or myth, but the crowd seems convinced. One woman buys a sliver and holds it up to the light, as though expecting it to sparkle. Another man claims it smells of pine forests and victory, though to your nose it smells like smoked shoe leather. Other oddities appear too. Pheasants that were plucked months ago, their skins oiled with lard, until they shine like polished boots. Hares gutted and stuffed with herbs, until they resemble sachets from an apothecary. A goose wrapped so tightly in cloth soaked with vinegar that it looks less like food and more like a corpse prepared for burial. These are delicacies, or so you're told, though they seem to hover between edible and archaeological. Children gape at them as though they're magical beasts turned into supper. Old men brag about the last time they tasted venison, always exaggerating the details. Ah, it melted in my mouth like butter churned by angels. Meanwhile, their wives mutter that the meat nearly cracked their teeth and left them coughing all winter. But no one dares question too loudly, because to eat imported meat is to boast. It is to say, I have eaten what you have not, and I survived. The priest even comments on it during his sermon, warning against vanity in food. He recalls Romans who gorged themselves on flamingo tongues and warns that a soul can be spoiled as easily as a pheasant left in the sun. His words are pious, but his eyes betray him when he glances toward the pew where the butcher's family sits, their larder fuller than most. The villagers nod solemnly, then rush after Mass to buy a sliver of the exotic, sermons be damned. Back in the tavern, the odd meats are retold like tales of adventure. Men lean across the table and whisper of venison that tastes like forest air, goose that keeps for months without spoiling, and hair so potent it restores vigor to tired bones. Someone swears he saw a noble's feast where peacock was served, its feathers reattached so it looked alive on the platter. Everyone laughs, but you notice no one truly doubts it. After all, if pork can glow in the dark, why not peacock with feathers? You finally taste a morsel yourself, traded for 2 mugs of ale and a promise not to tell anyone who gave it to you. The venison is tough, salty beyond reason, and laced with an aftertaste that reminds you of damp wood. Yet as you chew, the men around you nod approvingly, as though you've just taken part in some sacred rite. And in that moment, you understand that the flavor hardly matters. What matters is that you ate something rare, something others only whisper about at the well. You walk home under the darkening sky, stomach uncertain, mind buzzing with the knowledge that tomorrow the gossip will spread again. Someone will claim the venison healed them. Someone else will swear it cursed their dreams, and the truth will be lost somewhere in between. Imported oddities do not just preserve meat. They preserve stories, growing stranger with each retelling until the line between supper and legend disappears. The sound of creaking wheels reaches you long before the smell does. It is a peculiar odor, part smoked meat, part something that should have been buried weeks ago, and part cabbage. Out of the misty road rolls the traveling butcher, a figure every village knows and none fully trusts. His cart rattles like it's held together by faith and string, piled high with slabs wrapped in cloth, dangling strings of sausages, and buckets that you decide are better left unexplored. A hunched mule pulls the whole contraption, its eyes weary, as if it too questions the wisdom of this enterprise. The butcher himself greets the crowd with a booming voice, announcing his wares as if he were selling jewels rather than mystery cuts that twitch suspiciously in the sunlight. His coat is patched from a dozen towns, his boots caked in half a continent's worth of mud, and his smile wide enough to suggest either confidence or madness. Children run behind the cart, pointing and giggling at a pig's head mounted like a guardian angel above the wheel. One girl swears it winked at her. Another shrieks with delight, and soon every child claims the head is alive. The villagers gather cautiously. Imported meats are rare enough, but a traveling cart carries not just meat, but stories. He claims to have venison from the northern forests, goose from a noble's banquet, lamb cured in foreign spices that no one can pronounce. The villagers sniff the air, suspicious, but curiosity always wins. Someone asks how old the venison is. He replies, timeless. Someone else asks why the goose smells of vinegar. He replies, preserved in tradition. Questions of freshness are dodged like arrows in battle. He begins his showmanship, carving hunks from cuts with theatrical flourishes, tossing scraps to dogs that leap with religious fervor. The dogs devour everything, tails wagging, and the crowd nods as if canine approval is divine certification. He sprinkles mysterious powders from pouches tied to his belt, muttering names like cinnamon and clove. Half the villagers believe these are spells, the other half believe they are lies. All are equally entranced. Of course, there are murmurs. Old Marta, who distrusts anything not grown in her own yard, whispers that the traveling butcher soaks rotten meat in ale to disguise the smell. A miller claims he once found a feather still attached to a ham. Someone else insists his sausages are made with more imagination than animal. The gossip swirls faster than the smoke from his fire pit, but still the villagers step forward, coins in hand, driven by the lure of the unusual. You edge closer and notice the oddity of it all. Some cuts gleam red as if freshly carved, though the mule's weary pace suggests they've been traveling for weeks. Others shine with fat hardened into armor, slabs glistening as if sealed in candle wax. A bucket in the corner sloshes with something unidentifiable, and when a boy asks what it is, the butcher simply grins and says, "Tomorrow's surprise." The boy gasps with delight, and his mother drags him away before curiosity claims his supper. By evening, the cart is lighter, the villagers heavier, and the air thick with speculation. Some families roast their purchases immediately, claiming the flavor is unlike anything they've known. Others complain of strange aftertastes, comparing it to leather boiled with herbs. A few even insist the meat gave them dreams of faraway lands, where goats wear crowns and pigs sing lullabies. Whether these are visions or indigestion is never clear. At the tavern, the butcher drinks ale like a man drowning in it, telling tales of his travels. He speaks of mountains where sheep live on salt winds, valleys where deer march willingly into knives, and deserts where camels walk themselves into stew pots. The villagers listen wide-eyed, some believing, others simply enjoying the theater. It hardly matters whether the stories are true. What matters is that they make the meat taste more exotic, more valuable, more worth the risk of tomorrow's stomachache. When dawn comes, the cart creaks again. The mule snorts, resigned to another journey, another village, another set of skeptical but hungry souls. The butcher tips his hat, leaves behind a trail of bones and rumors, and disappears down the road. The villagers watch him go, clutching their parcels of mystery and shaking their heads. They complain about the prices, about the smells, about the uncertainty of it all. Yet deep down they know that when he returns, they'll gather again, drawn like moths to the flickering lantern on his cart. Because in a world where meat spoils faster than hope, the promise of something different, even if it glows, twitches, or sings, is too strong to resist. Every village has its butcher legends, those larger-than-life figures who swore their cuts would never spoil, who declared with booming pride that their meat resisted time itself. You hear the stories whispered at tavern benches, told with both awe and smirks, because while the claims were grand, the truth usually ended with customers sprinting for the nearest ditch. Still, the legends live on, embroidered with each retelling until they sound like saints rather than men with knives. The most famous tale belongs to Geoffrey the Ever-Fresh, a man who insisted he had discovered a secret brine recipe passed down from angels or possibly stolen from a passing sailor. He proclaimed that once dipped in his barrel, meat could outlast winter, famine, and perhaps the second coming. Villagers flocked to him, lured by promises of pork that could see them through entire seasons. For a while, he was revered. Then spring arrived, the barrels were opened, and the eternal pork revealed itself as a bubbling mass that hissed when touched. Some swore it growled. Geoffrey fled that night, his barrels abandoned, and though no one ever saw him again, children still dare each other to knock on the ruined shack where his barrels once stood, listening for the echo of pork that refused to die. Then there was Bernard Bonepile, who bragged endlessly that none of his meat ever turned. He claimed his shop was blessed by saints, that maggots avoided his cuts out of respect, and that even in midsummer his beef smelled sweeter than roses. The truth, of course, was less divine. Bernard had simply mastered the art of rubbing strong herbs on everything, disguising the stench beneath clouds of sage and thyme until you couldn't tell if you were roasting lamb or a garden hedge. The legend lasted until a noble's cook bought a joint and uncovered its secrets halfway through a feast. The noble was so enraged that Bernard was forced to eat his own meat before the entire hall. The herbs did nothing to hide the betrayal. Bernard survived, but his reputation did not. Another story speaks of Ulrich the Proud, who declared that his meat was so fresh it never saw rot because it feared him. He strutted through the shambles, chest out, daring flies to land on his wares. Some said he even shouted at carcasses to stay wholesome. For a season, people believed, convinced by his confidence more than his cuts. But time, like flies, cannot be shouted away. One particularly hot summer, his entire stall erupted in what villagers described as a second harvest, with fungi sprouting on every slab. Ulrich denied it, calling the growths flavor blossoms. Few agreed. By winter, he was gone, though the phrase stuck, and to this day spoiled meat in the village is called Ulrich's blossoms. The legends aren't always cautionary. Some carry a thread of admiration. Take Madeline the Bold, the only woman butcher remembered in the tales, who claimed she could charm meat into lasting longer simply by singing over it. Her ballads were known across 3 parishes, and customers swore the sound of her voice did keep rot at bay, though perhaps it only kept them distracted. She sang of rivers, hunts, and feasts, and though her pork chops spoiled just like anyone else's, no one seemed to mind. They said even rotten meat tasted better with a song behind it. You listen to these stories and realize they aren't really about preservation at all. They're about pride, bravado, and the endless human effort to cheat the inevitable. Meat spoils. It always has. Yet each legend insists someone, somewhere, found a way around that truth. And the villagers repeat the tales, not because they believe them entirely, but because they want to. Because in a world where hunger is constant, hope sometimes looks like a butcher swearing his beef will outlast the moon. Still, the punchlines linger. Jeffrey's growling pork, Bernard's herb gardens, Ulrich's flavor blossoms. Every boast ends the same way, with spoiled meat and laughter echoing down the years. You wonder if today's butchers will be remembered in the same way, their tricks immortalized not for success, but for spectacular failure. Maybe the man who painted beef with pig's blood will become a legend himself, centuries from now, known as the artist of the shambles. Maybe glowing pork will be remembered as a miracle, not a mishap. What is certain is that the legends will continue, because meat will always spoil, and men will always swear it won't. And between those two truths lies the space where stories are born, told between coughs, burps, and laughter over mugs of ale, long after the meat itself has been forgotten. The village gathers at dusk, drawn by the smell of something cooking that is equal parts tempting and alarming. You follow the crowd toward the long wooden tables set in the square, where a single massive cauldron bubbles like a swamp possessed. This is the closing feast, a tradition both celebratory and dangerous, when every household throws its leftovers into one communal pot. The result is less a recipe than an act of collective faith. The stew thickened with meat that has seen too many days and vegetables that bend when held, but no one complains. Instead, they line up with wooden bowls, eager to taste the mixture of survival and questionable hygiene. You take your seat among villagers who already shovel spoonfuls into their mouths, faces glowing red from both firelight and whatever has been fermenting inside the pot. Conversation sparks like kindling, laughter rising above the hiss of torches. Old men argue about which butcher cheated most this year. Women boast of their stomachs of iron. Children dare each other to fish out the mysterious lumps floating near the surface. No one pretends the food is good, but everyone agrees it is necessary, and perhaps that is better. You lift your spoon and sip, bracing yourself. It tastes of smoke, salt, and a dozen meats competing for dominance. Somewhere in the mix is chicken, somewhere else pork, and somewhere deeper something no one wants to name. By the second mouthful, the stew is no longer food so much as a challenge. Villagers make faces, clutch their bellies, and groan theatrically, yet not one bowl is left unfinished. To waste is worse than to risk, and besides, the discomfort is part of the fun. Around you, stories spill faster than the ale mugs, of the time maggots were mistaken for rice, of the butcher who tried vinegar baths, of the traveling seller whose cart smelled stronger than a latrine. Each tale draws howls of laughter, even from those doubled over in cramps. The feast becomes less about eating and more about remembering, about honoring the ridiculous lengths people go to keep meat edible when nature disagrees. A fiddler appears, striking up a tune that is more enthusiastic than skilled, and soon the tables shake with pounding mugs. Someone dances on a bench, nearly toppling into the cauldron, while others clap along, spoons still dripping stew. It is a scene of chaos, but also of comfort. For one night, no one worries about rot or scarcity. For one night, the community pretends the stew is a delicacy, and that tomorrow's stomach aches are just part of the ritual. You feel it too, the strange warmth of eating not just food but history, swallowing every mistake, trick, and triumph in spoonfuls of greasy broth. Later, when the fire burns low and the pot is scraped clean, villagers lean back against each other, clutching their bellies with groans that mix pain and pride. No one will sleep well tonight. Some will wake to sprint for the privy, others will toss with fevers, and a few will curse the stew entirely. Yet already, jokes are forming. Tomorrow, they'll say the beef tried to fight its way back out. They'll laugh that the chicken had learned to swim. They'll swear the stew grew stronger with every ladle. And in years to come, they'll tell this night's story too, folded neatly among all the others, until it becomes legend. You realize then that survival in this village has never been about perfect preservation or clever tricks alone. It has been about community, about facing the inevitable spoil together with humor sharp enough to cut through rancid fat. The feast is not just an ending, but a reminder. Meat will always rot, stomachs will always rebel, but people will always gather, laugh, and eat anyway. And somehow, against the odds, they will endure. You set down your empty bowl, the taste lingering like smoke on your tongue, and join the laughter. The stew may have been questionable, but the comfort is not. Tonight, in the glow of torches and the haze of shared survival, you understand why they never needed fridges at all. Not when they had each other.